Well, well, well. Good afternoon. Good afternoon in North America, Eastern Standard Time. My name is Troy Bernier, and we have Praveen Yalamanchi.
Yeah, I'm sharing this on Twitter, my Twitter right now.
We are live, and we are happy to have made it to the third day of the Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival. We had a blast so far. It has been a absolute amazing event, and I want to give thanks to everybody who has attended the festival, who has come out and participated, attended, you name it. We had folks doing all kinds of things. People, especially folks who are sharing the content. Folks out there, thank you for sharing the content. We have had extremely impressive numbers. We have actually broken records. Okay, we've never had 1,200 people show up at the festival, and that's how many views we had yesterday from all over the planet. I especially want to thank Leslie Owen, who is she's fighting it out right now. She's given us. She worked all the way up to the last minute with the screenplays, and we've got excellent news for the screenplay recipients. In addition, I want to thank Brooklyn Murphy. She's done a fantastic job with also being a judge with the films and doing an amazing job with the screenplays. I also want to thank Doug Harned. Doug Harned, he's always come through for us. And Doug, I know he's hunkered down in rural Carolinas right now, hiding from that virus. But Doug put in incredible efforts in judging the films. We truly, truly thank you. Candace Augustin, she came in at the last minute and she helped coordinate a lot of the screenplay activities, the judging and the interviews that she's done. We are so happy, absolutely happy that you came on board and saved us. Um, also have to shout out for Jamie Rockstar. She is behind the scenes and she is reaching out to the filmmakers and helping them with distribution ideas, marketing ideas, helping them close deals. Um, keep going, Jamie. We really, really appreciate you. And last but not least, Prav. Prav, once again, man, he's helping this network, keeping this network alive. We've had all kinds of technicalities here and there. Some of you may have even seen that some of the streams have gone out. Um, so, of course, elections have consequences, and some places don't like certain things that are said, and stumble over and kick out a cable. So, don't fear. Do not fear. If anything from the past event you missed it, that's like missing the festival. It's no different. Remember, it's no different because the festival was supposed to go on this weekend, and it is going on this weekend. Except we have been micronized, and everybody has been reduced to subatomic particles and are being streamed to servers, and those servers are multiplexing our streams all over the planet. So it's sort of like you get it now and you may not get it later. However, we do have copies of everything that's been streamed, and we promise that we will create snippets of interviews to make it much easier for people to deploy their interviews and content to their friends, relatives, etc., or just plain old internet. So there will be that opportunity to do that. In addition, everybody will, of course, is going to receive the link to the festival content, the shows, where you'll be able to pay just one flat fee and you will be able to watch a bulk of the films. Not everybody contributes to it, just like South by Southwest. Not everybody's given in on an Amazon Prime deal. So you're only getting part of it. And the same thing here. We can't force people, but we give people the option to, if they want their films to be still seen in at least our curated venue, they're able to do that. So, last point today is going to be a shorter day than last. I really can't believe I spoke for 13 hours yesterday. 13 hours. But do know I've been conditioned to speak like this as a professor. So I don't have a problem. I just wish I had a more comfortable seat. In any case, we're going to have a shorter day in the schedule. And just to point out a couple highlights, yes, we had almost 200. I'm sorry, almost 1,200 views yesterday, and counting because people are still watching these shows where they still exist. They exist on Twitter, they exist on YouTube, and they exist on Facebook. Now, if you don't see it on YouTube or you don't see it on Facebook, it's on one of them, but it's definitely on. Everything's still on Facebook from what I last checked about 10 minutes ago. So you'll still be able to get the content there. In addition, there is for the people that are being interviewed today, there's still a few who have not spoken. There's a list that's been circulated, and we have a small schedule, which starting now, pretty much, we're going to be going into our short films, music videos, and remaining screenplay interviews. Then after that, whether it's going to start at 1:45, before 1:45, or after 1:45, it is going to happen. It all depends on how many people show up, and we once again have a very limited amount of time today. After, like I mentioned, out of the feature film interviews, we're definitely going to get a living dog. They signed up, and Norman, the film Norman, is signed up, so they'll be part of it. After that session, we will have the augmented reality, virtual reality session.
It's going to be awesome, man. I've had this title all 3 days, waiting for this one session today. Finally.
Yes, and it's coming.
People probably thought VRA was my last name or something. For these last
well, it kind of rhymes with Prov. It kind of does. If you just line up some of the words, you get a couple of the same letters that go into Prov. So you're hardwired for it, man. And then after the AR VR session, we are going to commence. Kyle from Trekspertise, him and Katie, they said they would be showing up. So they're going to be helping us out and doing their Trekspertise thing, which they do so well. And we will start with our award ceremonies. We have a special award that we're presenting this season called the Russell Bates Award. We'll go into more detail about that. In addition, we have a whole swath of goodies that we intend to recognize people with. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. And of course, I have to be part of those behind the scenes. So you may not see me as much today as you did previous days. So I apologize for that. But do please make sure to leave your comments whether it's in Twitter, whether it's on YouTube, or whether it's on Facebook. You will have that opportunity to ask questions, and there will be people out there that will respond to that. So thanks so much. And that's it for now. Let's get started. You wanted to add something, Prov?
So there's a. I think there's some time here. I know we're getting comments, so
Sure.
I think perhaps we can have a little bit of audience interaction today. So.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. We have oh my goodness, good evening. It's evening already in Germany. In Deutschland, it's already evening. And we see Lauren is on standby. 1 second, Lauren. Princess Sola says Prov's kingdom is beautiful. Someone said that your kingdom is beautiful.
Yeah, I'll give you the virtual tour. Actually fly this brain-controlled indoor drones right in here.
Oh, that sounds great.
They're little objects, and I'll turn it around. We have I've been doing my barefoot running on the tennis court, but yesterday was 90, so I got heat blisters. And I just ordered a inflatable paddleboard, so I'll start doing that. So
yeah,
trying to basically shelter at home. So ordering a lot of cool stuff online.
Yeah, gotta do it. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. George Moss is there. Hey George, how are you?
Yeah, George was regular for a few seasons.
That's right. George actually was he not just a regular, but George he's a content creator. George
Yeah, and
Washington.
I think he was a vendor at one point.
Yes, he was a
Yeah,
vendor
with
on
Silver
two separate
Comic
occasions. He
next
was.
to Silver Comics. They had the two booths next to each other.
Yes, yes, that's fantastic. We have here, oh my goodness, from Japan, Yuichini Kondo, Yuichi Kondo. I hope I did that right. Arigato, monsieur. Arigato. But thank you so much. Mr. Kondo has a fantastic, wonderful film. And Yuichi, if you think you would like to do an interview with us, we'd love to have you. I know English may not be perfect, but come on, man. We're in South Florida. Half the people, English isn't perfect. So we do it any way we can. So, okay, so don't be scared. It's okay. We're friends here. A Living Dog, the film A Living Dog, they're going to be with us as well. So definitely reach out to everybody there. And yes, we have a different login link than yesterday. That is correct.
Yeah, I think I went. The other login link is still active, but it's like an empty lobby, but all the comments are still there. So I just typed in the private chat, is anyone here? Echo, echo. So I realized something else was going up.
Oh my goodness.
So
Stimson is Stimson. Folks are asking questions. Folks, please, please, please pay attention. Listen, this is a festival, guys. So when you go to, everybody who's been to a festival, if you've been to a festival, and you show up on a Friday and you disappear on a Friday and don't show up until Sunday morning asking when's the award ceremony, people are going to look at you like, well, where you been? Where have you been? So we are circulating all of our schedules. They're circulated through emails. Everybody has an email that has a breakdown of what's supposed to be going on. If you don't have access to that email by today, then either we made a really big mistake or it's in your spam filter. Let's just say it like that. So please, 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 we're doing the very best we can. We're under-resourced. We got people who just can't leave their homes. They don't have access to the internet. We even have people who have COVID-19 that are on our team that can't be with us, and they're busy struggling right now. And these people have worked to literally the last minute to make sure that the festival, not just that the festival is complete, but they did everything they could on their side to make sure their job was done. And, we honor them for that. So do realize that currently the world's in a pandemic, and that means things aren't 100%. And I'm surprised this thing is working. I'm surprised I'm able to get up because I talked for 13 hours yesterday. I was exhausted.
yeah, and then I can definitely attest to, after the festival ends, I'm still getting WhatsApp messages from Troy till many, many hours afterwards.
It's super busy, guys. So just please have a little patience. Remember, this event is being recorded, so it's going to be pushed back out for everybody to see and enjoy and continue to experience over and over again. And the mere fact that you are in a festival, please celebrate that you're in the festival because there are many, many other people who didn't get in. Okay.
Yeah, and one of the things that Troy's going to do after the festival ends is chop up, like yesterday was a 13-hour live stream video. And so we're going to chop it up into more digestible segments. So it'll be easier for you to share and with your own social media and your own fans for your films.
Yes, that's right. Where is Stimson? Where is he? He's in the public chat. Stimson Sneed. Please tell Stimson Sneed to get in the green room on WhatsApp so that we could get him prepped to get into the studio back office. Okay. We're going to do a quick interview and this is old fashioned. So Lauren, just stand by. We have you here, Lauren.
Oh, hi.
How you doing?
Hi,
I need
how are you?
to stand by with us because we've got a lot happening at the same
Yeah.
time. And I want you to just come along for the ride with us. We're going to do something a little different right now.
Okay.
We're going to do it the way we used to do it. You remember how we used to do it, Prof, when we called over to India? Remember when we called India?
We're calling India.
Called India for their award. Hey, how you doing? Speak up.
Good. Now I got you.
Well, this is actually more advanced. Last year we had someone just sent the video message from India. We played it offline, so we weren't reliant on the Wi-Fi inside of our theater last year.
Yeah. Can you speak up, John?
Yes, I was just listening.
Okay. Did everybody hear him speak?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, John, you are currently being streamed into my computer and multiplexed out into the internet, so we can hear you.
Okay.
Now, you only have a couple minutes now, okay? Because this is a very unconventional wireless application we have here. And I want you to tell us in as quickly as you can a little bit about your screenplay, Adaro, and what it's about, what are the highlights, and what are you doing next. Please tell us this.
Okay. My screenplay, Adaro, takes place about 50 miles away from where I am right now, out on Frying Pan Shoals. There's a converted lighthouse that the Coast Guard had that's now been turned into a bed and breakfast. It's being used by researchers and other people, and the highlights of it are it's an unconventional group that come together. The couple that own it bought it because she was assaulted when she was in a business meeting, and she kind of has PTSD over it. And one thing leads to another, and they encounter some sea creatures that don't like them, and have to battle them on the lighthouse converted to the bed and breakfast. That's pretty much the gist of it. The characters are an odd assortment. Try to make each one a little different than you would normally predict, and a lot of them die. That's pretty much the summation of the script.
Okay, that's pretty interesting, and of course, this is set in the eastern. What would you say? Those are the Outer Banks, or those are not?
Yes, the Outer Banks. It's about 50 miles off the coast of North Carolina.
Yeah, the Outer Banks of North Carolina, which is an extremely beautiful part of this country. And if you ever have a week, because it takes about 2 days to get there,
right?
It's that far, folks. And that's in the main city in the Outer Banks is called Ocracoke.
Right.
And the people speak like they're from England still, because I guess they never really acclimated into the rest of the United States from a linguistic context. So a lot of the folks still that are from there, live there all their lives, they speak that in that fashion. Ocracoke, North Carolina. And I came this close to going on that island once, but like I said, it takes
like
a while.
An American Lost Tribe.
Yes, that's right. Or at least the Lost Tribe, they didn't really get into the whole mess of it all.
See, like Miami, there are a lot of dialects down here, but we all speak redneck. A lot of good redneck talk.
little hint of red everywhere.
Yeah, there's a little red in our talk.
That's right. All right.
And then where are you calling from?
He's in Carteret County. What's the town that you're in Carteret?
It's close to Beaufort. Beaufort's probably the largest town close to where I am.
Yeah, the largest town is Beaufort, North Carolina, or Beaufort, North Carolina.
There's a Beaufort, South Carolina, and this is Beaufort, North Carolina.
That's right.
So
you would also know a town called Morehead City. Is that right?
Right. It's about 30 minutes from where I am.
Yeah, Morehead City is where there's a scientific installation in Morehead City. University of North Carolina has some facilities there for oceanography, this type of geoscience work.
Very good.
I'm a UNC graduate. That's why I know.
I was a UNC graduate.
You're kidding.
No, that's great.
Chapel Hill?
Yeah, Chapel Hill.
What year?
Oh God.
I won't. Okay, well, we won't go there. We won't go there. We're probably both old dogs, but and no way, folks, in no way, people, that I know this. Okay, this is not some inside connection. I'm just finding this out. Yeah, I went to Chapel Hill, geology, master's in geology.
Wow, that is very neat.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
And what department did you come out of, John?
I got a degree in Greek history.
Wow, we're gonna bring you back. We're gonna bring you back. You're gonna have to come back and do a lecture, without a doubt.
Well,
I'm gonna hook you up with one of our advisors, who's real big into this, and I think it'd be great. We're gonna definitely be calling you back. We're gonna talk again about this.
Well, one thing I was going to say is what got me started in all this was I'm a writer. I write novels, and one of my instructors said, "What do you know?" And I said, "I know Greek history." And he said, "You're screwed. You know, there's nothing." So my first book was called The Last Spartan, and it was about a motorcycle gang called the Spartans. So I got to bring a lot of that Greek history to them. And it led me to make connections that got me into screenwriting and helping produce movies and stuff.
Oh man, that's awesome! I like that. Spartan.
It's a weird route, and people I met got me writing other scripts. And I've had I guess I've sold about 3 scripts, and I just well, maybe it's 4 now. And you know, it's been fun. And the first time I entered a contest was a different story that one producer contacted me, and I'd say this to anybody listening, and wanted to make a movie out of it because the script had won a contest. So you should go to contests. You should submit screenplays. Yes. Unless you're somehow hooked into Hollywood royalty that can make the connections for you, it's the best way for regular people to get a toe in the door.
Wow. Yeah, that's no, you make some valid points there. Well, John, I want to thank you. I'm glad we kept trying. I'm glad we kept. This is his 5th attempt to connect. Got to be the 5th attempt to connect, because the connection between here and Carteret County is like between here and Mars. Okay, the late so bad. 20 minutes later, he says hi. So
you guys have been fantastic and with patience with trying to get me on. I really, really appreciate it. I mean, it's a great opportunity, and you guys have been fantastic. And just setting up, just one plug for you, that trying to do a convention, a virtual convention. I've never heard of it before, but it's a great way to salvage this, and I think it's fantastic. I think you ought to get a lot of kudos for not just canceling or anything. This is really pretty exceptional.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. I really appreciate those kind words. I'm sure everybody else does, and we'll stay in touch, man, because you're alumni now. You're alumni in more ways than one.
That's right. I didn't. If I had known, I'd been afraid you'd be a Dookie, but being a Tar.
Oh, yeah. Fighting words.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to, have my script disqualified because we went to Duke.
Some dude that went to Duke.
Yeah.
You're gonna give me so much heat.
Story.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, listen, man, thank you so much, and please listen in, and we'll definitely be speaking again in the future. Okay.
All right, thanks, Troy.
Thanks, buddy. Bye for now. Okay. That's one of the reasons why we do this festival. We want to make sure everybody gets heard. We know it's not easy, but we put in the time and effort, and with the limited hours we have, because we don't have all day. Okay, so on to the next here. We've got a few things. Just to start out, please, folks, identify. We have Lauren Fritz. We have Stimson Sneed. Stimson, how you doing, man? Do you know, Stimson, you're one of the hardest Terrans on the planet to get in this feed. Thanks so much.
That's what I think by nature, all filmmakers are persistent, as you were saying with John. So with the multiple attempts to get a hold. So I think persistence is kind of part of our creed.
Yes, and I'm thankful and I'm happy that that you hung in there.
But you know, the time he popped in, his video popped in, was the time that we were talking about at John's interview how his village has English accents, and it looked like Stimson's has like a Shakespearean shirt on from afar.
No, this is just a sweater and a scarf because LA is unseasonably cold right now.
Oh,
no
wow.
kidding.
Although, speaking of John, he was mentioning the Outer Banks. I used to work with Lost Colony Theater for years, and I was just hearing, this is their first time since World War II that they are putting the show on hold for a year.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so, yeah, I used to have a place out in the Outer Banks, so weirdly enough, everybody here seems to know the Outer Banks well.
Yeah, I don't know it.
You are cheating yourself. It is
I
wonderful.
know. I've heard of it. It's supposed to be amazing. Yeah.
It's very beautiful out there. There are two
Yeah.
places that I would love to visit. One is called Corolla, and part of it is because I used to work in Carolina on 2 separate occasions. But one is called Corolla, and everybody probably knows of a place called Duck, North Carolina. Duck, I may be wrong, but I think Duck is one of the clothing labels, a very popular outdoorsman clothing label, and I think it was conceived in Duck, North Carolina. I'm not sure. But we're talking very rural on these little tiny peninsulas that stretch so far out into the Atlantic that the temperature on the Outer Banks is relatively warmer than the inland side because of the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream that comes around Florida, runs from Florida. Doesn't come around Florida. That's the Florida Strait. So once it goes Florida all the way up to the Carolinas, and keeps on going towards England. And that's the Gulf Stream, which provides England with relatively warmer weather, but it's also very wet, which is why it rains in England most of the time compared to the other parts of Europe.
Did not know that.
It's real cool stuff. All this cool stuff that you can add into your stories, into your script. Okay, so super quick while we get started here with these next sets of interviews, Mr. Sneed, can you please post in our private chat a trailer to your piece?
There is no trailer for Spirit.
Wait a second. It's a short, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's not a trailer for it.
Oh, okay. And please refresh my memory. We're not allowed to show this, right?
Yeah, it's something where if it's part of this streaming, we can actually show the film, but it can't be posted permanently after that fact. It can't be in a spot where people can track it down and watch for free. Okay, then we're going to just talk about it now. I'll bring up some imagery from it. The next thing is Under a Silver Moon. So while we're working on that, Stimson, we lost his video. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it is.
We're going to start off with Under a Silver Moon. We're going to start off with you.
Stimson, what about just stopping and playing it at different, telling us like what time
it
code?
seems to have
Yeah, we can hear you.
sound seems to have been dropped.
We have you fine.
Stimson, what about just he can tell us where to fast forward to different scenes and playing like 5-second segments as he's explaining different scenes.
I think he got disconnected.
Or just the stills, such as pausing the YouTube or Vimeo.
Well, we have
stills.
Yeah. We have stills from a problem. He's coming back.
Sorry about that. For some reason, my signal got dropped.
No, it's fine. We're gonna play the trailer for Under a Silver Moon, and take it from there. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay, please.
I don't see it, but
Oh, I apologize.
there we go.
I love the music.
Oh, yeah, he did a great job.
Okay. That
So
is-
it's so funny. I haven't seen it like this in a while. I mean, anyway, I haven't seen the trailer. It makes any sense at all.
it's
It's hard
fine.
to tell. I hope so. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's fine. Can you tell us what's going on in the trailer? We're just gonna play it without the audio. And
Well, the reason why I didn't, I mean, most trailers have, you know, they'll have like snippets of dialogues, and obviously it's a dialogue film. It's 16 minutes, but there's a twist in the middle of it that I didn't really kind of give away. So I just decided to have all images. So it's all images from the film. It's about time, and she's building this thing to try to go back and change an accident. So I'm just showing the images sort of that are the most, I thought, arresting with the song from the film. So she's making this thing, and
for example,
trying to
what
change.
for example, Lauren, what's happening in this scene? What's going on here? Tell us what
She is testing a machine that she's trying to create based on the Tipler time tunnel. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. You know, time travel in science fiction. Well, time travel is really not possible, right? That we think. But so all this research, I was trying to find the best. I wasn't going to build a big time machine for a short film, so I wanted to build sort of a prototype of something that could work. So this is like her version of it, sort of like a garage scientist kind of thing. And so we made it. I teach filmmaking at NYU, and we have access to students in ITP, which is like an interactive telecommunications program, and they do science and art. So I had a student create this machine, and it sort of out of all these weird parts. I think it came out pretty good. I think it sold it enough to the audience. You saw the whole film, right?
several
Oh, awesome. Cool. Thank you.
Remember, you're talking to the audience, not just us.
Oh, great. Okay, great. Yeah. So all of it to have seen it. And so one of the things in building this machine, I was trying to figure out how to make it just enough to sell it, but not too much to make it like not believable. So it's kind of a fine line between that stuff when you're trying to do science. I think these sorts of machines in science fiction are these sort of like extra real or surreal kind of magical, you know what I mean, things. So that was like challenging. So, and I'm just finishing the feature film version of this. So this is sort of like the first act. And the second act, he comes back, and then all kinds of things happen. And the third act, well, I won't tell you what happens. But I'm thinking of actually changing the machine. I learned a lot making in the short film, what worked and what didn't work. And so it really helped feed into making the feature version. And I think I might want to make an actual machine in the film. Maybe be more magical. I don't know what your thoughts are.
So is this the program, the telecommunications program? Is it an actual, do they actually make, have technical classes or engineering classes?
They do, yeah, they do science and art. It's called Interactive Telecommunications Program. It's a master's program at NYU. It's probably 10 or 15 years old. They do some pretty incredible work. A lot of like wearable body stuff. Big screens, big games. So it's a lot of like JavaScript, and they do a lot of VR and AR, and it's also art.
Yeah, it sounds like the Cal Arts program.
Yeah, for sure.
LA. Yeah, we went to their final demo day a couple years ago. It was pretty amazing. Lots of hands-on Arduino boards, IoT.
Yep,
a lot of AR, VR. And I noticed a lot of the people who are graduates of these type of programs now work at AR, VR companies.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're like, it's funny things because I teach filmmaking, and you know, you can't, like VR and AR, I feel like it's this whole wide open field because people are having trouble cracking, I think, the narrative storytelling, trying to translate from film. It's really not translatable. So these folks sort of have a step up in that, I think. They're not sort of boxed in by the way you're just shooting and editing, right?
So how did you direct the students to, you know, because obviously on the one hand, make something usable, but you know the audience can't relate to it. So what was the fine line? How did you make it actually something that would fit into a script and someone could see how it's working?
Well, with all the designers, like they read the script and then I walked them through all my lookbooks. So I showed them like machines. We talked about steampunk a lot. Sort of trying to figure out how to make this machine look like it could do something, but obviously we didn't have a lot of money. So it's a pretty bare bones. That is actually a sound oscillator. And we sort of rigged it so that and we used Arduinos and some other program, I don't even know what it is, to make all the lights and all that other stuff. And then we literally had someone underneath the table shake the table. All the effects are in camera. None of them are in post. Which is a decision that I made, I think worked out, but you know.
Yeah, I think that's like, yeah, it's almost like a happy accident, right? With the steampunk type motives, you can do the whole analog, and the viewers who's not technical can still understand it. So it's to like something like Hackers, where someone is just typing, but it's unrealistic. If you actually know how to hack, you know they're not actually hacking.
Right, exactly. It's really boring to watch someone type, right, on screen, or someone talk on a cell phone. So you're trying to like visualize, right, the drama, I suppose. Yeah, steampunk was kind of a big influence for the creation of this. And I think the production designer did an excellent job. She put the whole thing, she was amazing. She really put it all together. But yeah. So I have a question. I just have a quick question. So you've seen the film, so watching the trailer, does it make, it's so hard for me to tell if it makes sense or that it's just sort of this visual thing that makes you want to watch it?
Okay, that's a good question. And I would say that the trailer does provide a small amount of information about the film. If I didn't, if I was just walking into this and I didn't know a whole lot about movies or film, I would see this and I would say that, okay, what's going on here? You might need, if you want my assessment right here.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
I would think that if you didn't do anything else to the video, okay, I would put a little narrative on top of it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Have her narrate a little bit.
You know what? That's a really good idea. I think we can do that.
You wouldn't have to put a whole lot of investment in it. Okay.
Just a little bit.
Her great voice could be on top of that. I think that's all you need.
That's smart. I'm going to do that. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, cool. Great. Because it's hard to tell when you edit it.
I used to hang out over there by NYU when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah?
You guys have one of the best urban campuses on the planet.
Yeah. Now it's all shut down, but I'm teaching from home. It's weird. Yeah, but I'm grateful that we can still do it. So.
Yeah, but keep going. And
thank you. Yeah.
It's good. It's good film.
Thank you.
So where did you film this? Is it on campus or?
No, this is up in Woodstock, New York.
Oh, wow.
So the actors in it are grad acting. I don't know if the program is a really pretty prestigious program. They're great. Production designers, NYU grad production designing. The composer is from NYU. I've been there for 10 years, so I have a lot of resources, and some of the students are part of the crew.
So is this like a typical thing where the professor makes a short film with the students as opposed to the students making it themselves?
I think there are professors who after they graduated, obviously. Okay. I think it's not unusual. I mean, students make obviously that's when we teach and they make the films, in different levels throughout the year. But I think other professors definitely have worked with collaborating, especially, we're not in the same, like scenic design and music are totally different departments than us. You know, on this level of budget, you know, you have to work with what you have, and they're really talented. I love the music in this. I think he's a really talented guy. It was really fun to work with him too on it, talking about different influences and then different feelings, and then bringing it in and out and figuring out how to, you know, I think he did great. Yeah, I'm really pleased with the way it came out.
Great.
The mood is wonderful to it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. When you're asking about what we get from it, I mean, I can't speak well to plot, but just from the sound alone to how you use the camera work to it, there's an immediate sense of the type of story we're in for that. I mean, speaking purely for myself, I'm on board.
Sure. Oh, great. great. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty strong in the world that I make. And I'm hoping that this will translate, you know, into a larger piece, whatever. But that's cool. That's great. It's intriguing, and you sort of like what's going to happen, and you feel an atmosphere. Oh, sweet. Yeah. Like I said, I love the music, and the woman who shot the film did great too. I'm sorry.
The cinematography, your lighting is very nice.
Yeah.
Some shots are done very well. What kind of camera did you use?
We used the Alexa Classic.
Alexa?
Which is like the older, the Alexa. I wanted to use the Mini, but it was just too expensive. The Alexa Mini would have been, because the Classic is pretty heavy. It's only 2K, and so of course we didn't get all the coverage we needed. And like if we shoot 2K, you can't punch it for the close up, so I'll never do that again. Right. We shoot 4K. But yeah, I had a pretty big rig. Yeah. She was actually a graduate of the Brooklyn College of the master's program there. They started that program in 2014, which I'll actually be teaching there in the fall. So, wow, a whole new set of students, as well as NYU.
So do you live near the campus, or do you live in another borough?
I live in Park Slope in Brooklyn, so I'm about 30 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty quick.
How are the trains? Not to take up too much time, folks, but
whatever.
Do you guys have regular service there, or is it limited service?
I haven't been on the subway. I think it's limited service. It's only people who essentially are essential workers. So everyone who can obviously have to stay home. Who can does stay home. I believe it's like on a holiday schedule. I think they're still running. The buses are running. The trains. Things seem to be sort of cresting, I think, here, which is hopeful. Mm-hmm. It's been pretty crazy. It's very sci-fi.
You're in the red zone, and I think for taking up. But let's start to switch over to Simpson here. Yeah, sure. Simpson, can you tell us about Spirit?
Yeah, Spirit was inspired by an XKCD comic of the same name about the Mars Spirit rover. And what we did is we shot this 10-minute version of it, which is all live action with an entirely computer-generated rover, going through basically in which we humanize and personify the rover to make a film that's very much targeted for kids. And we're all really happy with how it came out. So.
Is it a short or a feature? It's a short.
It's a short film that's going to be put out through various academic foundations. In fact, there's two versions of the film. The one which you guys saw, I refer to as the non-academic one because it doesn't include the talking heads. Whereas there's a longer one that's actually going to be in some schools, which includes interviews with the actual NASA and JPL teams on it.
Oh, cool! Very cool. It looks amazing.
Is this?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Is this real imagery?
Oh yeah, the entire it was well beyond our budget to CG backgrounds on this. So, but we had a fantastic animation team doing the compositing and working with the rover. And we also had a wonderful actress by the name of Carissa Adams, who was out in Death Valley with us, who did performance reference for every little thing the rover does. And because the rover had to move in these clear sort of circular lines like the real machine were, we have a lot of very hilarious behind the scenes footage of this actress walking back and forth in these weird ways to get the motion right. And that's what we built the performance off of. The animation team that gave you that rover is actually the same guys who do all the work for SpaceX, which is a gentleman by the name of Gabe Conroy, who is just a one-man army. I mean, he is the hero of this production, as far as I'm concerned.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, so the shooting itself, it was all basically just plates, which had the weird. It was weird for me as a director because it felt like being back in film school because it was the smallest crew I think I have had in my adult life. It was only maybe about 7 people for the 4-day shoot. It was just very strange.
So how did you get in touch with everyone from JPL, from SpaceX? It's quite an ambitious project for a short film. Great job.
For most part, it was relatively straightforward, actually, because we weren't trying, because all this stuff is things we don't need permission to do, because we're talking about real science stuff. Most of them, when they found out that out of my own pocket, that we just wanted to do this thing to give the schools, if schools wanted it, were very happy to help out. Later on, we were able to get Steve Squires, who was the chief science for the entire 15-year mission, and is currently the chief scientist for Blue Origin. When he found out about it, he was happy to come on camera. I even tried to pay him, and he emphatically refused because he just wanted to help out with the education point. Now, admittedly, I didn't fight him too hard on that front. And then for Gabe, what happened was we needed, our original animation team was not large enough. It was going to be this group of students who were just out of school, and the work became too much. So what it ended up being is the students built the model set and the various skin textures, but then we needed to bring in Gabe, and a friend of a friend who I've been working with all the way back since high school reached out to Gabe on my behalf and set up an introduction. So that was the and then as far as the voiceover actress was concerned, that was just a matter of calling that was just the old-fashioned way. Called up the agent, talked a little bit. So, oh right, I should brag about that. Tara Strong of Teen Titans is the voice of our Rover.
Teen Titans?
Yeah, who does Raven on Teen Titans and Twilight Sparkle on My Little Pony. She's the voice of Spirit.
Oh, cool.
I will definitely. Well, let me ask you this one now. Where can we see this other than the festival?
At the moment, nowhere, because it's still in the festival circuit. We are going to be going into distribution to schools through ShareSpace and the Buzz Aldrin Family Foundation. And that's where it's going to start to become available to kids. But in terms of availability to the wider public, while it's still working its way through film festivals, as you guys well know, there's a lot of festivals who are unforgiving if your stuff has been up on YouTube before the festival.
And that's why we make it very clear, because we're the same way in some aspects. Just to share some of the rules with the world here. If you have a film that is not a web series, it's not a documentary film, it's not a fan film, we don't expect to see this on the internet. We do check. Do check. And we do check because in our earliest days, we saw people's films on YouTube.
Yeah.
And we're like, and we tell them, and either we get a response saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe this," blah, 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 and they, do something about it, or we didn't hear anything back. Or maybe it was intentional. Maybe they didn't read the email. Maybe it was in a spam folder. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. But we have it in the rules that, for anything other than that, it should not be out there, because we think that you spent money producing content for commercial purposes. So we're going to do everything we can not to tarnish that. And which that's the main reason why we're not showing anybody's film during this virtual event. Your content, if you elect it, will be on the festival's virtual platform at the end of this festival at a later date. Everybody's going to email where they'll be able to pay one flat fee and watch all the films. Not going to be able to just watch one film. You'll be able to watch all the films, and the fee is going to be very, very good. So it's not like the coming to an event and just coming to watch your film. You'd be surprised how many people just want to do that.
I find traveling to film festivals expensive, so I don't get the guys who show up to watch just themselves.
Yeah, right.
So, it's a community event. We want you to come enjoy it because this is your party. At the end of the day, we're here to celebrate you. We're celebrating you. We're celebrating your content. We're trying to tell everyone within our reach, You've got to see this. You've got to meet that person. You've got to meet that person. Get a picture with that person. What they've done is amazing. Okay, because so few people ever get to achieve that, and that's what we try our best to celebrate. This is your celebration. This is your birthday party. Think of it like a birthday party.
Yeah, well, we all appreciate
Thank
that.
you. Yeah, very much. Very, very much. Thank you. Yeah.
So we're doing everything we can. We're getting copyright violations and this and that. We're fighting here. So, and that's what happens when you're on at the edge of innovation sometime, and the edge of delivering a message that is difficult to put out. So to sum up, Stimson, to sum up, where is this? What's next for you? What's next?
Well, then the next earliest place it's going to be seen is in the next couple of weeks. It will become available to kids through certain academics groups, including ShareSpace and the Aldrin Family Foundation. And we're in talks with several other distributors beyond that. The thing is, this is a film targeted firmly for kids. The goal behind it is to make a film that gets 8 to 10-year-olds excited to learn about science. And so that's one of the reasons that even beyond the business and festival reason of not being crazy about putting it on YouTube, we also want to get it into schools because it gets it to that audience that we want to see it. So, and that's what we're doing right now. So actually tomorrow I'm doing another interview for a London sci-fi podcast, which is all going to be about Spirit. So
Which one? Okay.
I'd have to look it up. There's actually a few of these. So I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
So it's actually interesting, Simpson. Like when I was 8 years old, we had a visit from NASA's, I think, education team to our elementary school in upstate New York, and it was very much like an amazing experience for a little kid. So yeah, pretty cool. So but also you created all these assets from scratch. Great jobs, not just a couple of props here and there. I mean, so have you thought about reusing these assets? Yeah,
there's one physical prop in the entire film when her wheel gets stuck in the sand, because the animators had to explain to me that generating the sand particles would have cost more money than several shots put together.
Right.
And so that one shot, we used the 3D printer to make her wheel, paint it. So for 1.5 seconds, you can see it get stuck in the sand. And that's the only physical prop in the entire film.
So have you thought about reusing some of these 3D models for other edutech STEM programs for the same schools you're going to be working with? Seems like you've already done a lot of the work already to create these models.
It's something I would have to talk to Gabe about, the guy who did the CG work, because at the end of the day, they're his materials that he created. But I can't imagine that there would be any problem with something like that if schools wanted to use it. Also, we had to create this custom one for Spirit because the actual Spirit rover face isn't that emotive. So we had to rebuild her head to make it more emotional. And in the moment that made me feel very old when I was talking to the first animation team is I told them to make it look like Johnny Five, and they just looked at me and went, "What's that?"
Right.
And whereupon I went and cried in a corner.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I would love to see it. I mean, I guess I'll have to wait, but it looks amazing.
Again, Gabe's work on this was, I cannot sing the praises of the animation team on this strongly enough, the work they did. So, and it's every single shot. I mean, it's 12 minutes of CG beginning to end. So.
I don't want to ask the number, but I'm just curious how it was a huge budget. I mean, how did it just because
it was actually fairly micro budget. I won't go into specifics.
I don't need to know that. Yeah, I don't want to ask the specifics, but
it was definitely on the lower end. Everybody from our talent to our CG team to our crew, everyone got paid, but nobody was charging as much as they should, in my opinion. It was very much a project where everybody came together out of belief in the project. So,
which is great, yeah.
Yeah, but so in my opinion, no one got paid what they should. I think the only thing they got paid full was the hotel out in Death Valley, and they don't count.
So what is your background, Stimson, as far as like the background that made you want to do this project?
filmmaker. I went to college for film. Straight out of school, I worked for a small commercial company, which was run by the same guy who put me in contact with the animation team when I needed to find one. And then I moved to LA after a couple years in Seattle, putzed around between 50 million short films, usually as the director of photography, and moved more solidly into directing, which is my more comfortable area, which is great because as a director of photography, I'm mediocre on my best day. I'm very happy to have much more talented DPs working for me. The DP on Spirit was a guy named Jay Rugatini, who is just a beast, what he can do. If you check the IMDb for Spirit and look up Jay's work, that man is building a resume that is terrifying in its strength.
And then, so you went to LA, and then what was the genesis for this particular project?
Oh, the genesis was the comic. XKCD everyone here familiar with XKCD at all? We're all sci-fi science fans. XKCD is a stick figure webcomic that's been going for almost 20 years and is basically the most popular webcomic with actual scientists and people who work within the community for how smart and spot on it is. And it put out a comic about Spirit when the real Spirit rover died. And it simply inspired me, and it just went from there because I thought it was a very touching comic. And even though it's a 9-panel comic that I've expanded into a 12-minute film, you can still find all the original beats from that comic strip in the finished film.
Cool.
It was just
only 9 panels? Wait, it's only 9 panels, you said?
9 panels,
Wow.
9 pictures, 6 lines of dialogue.
So it's the first time I ever met a fanboy creator of a science comic.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Massive nerd right here. When we were shooting out in the desert, I don't think anyone in the crew actually did it, but I printed out the current 10-year forecast from NASA for what their plans are, just as a gift to everybody on the film crew, which everyone, took, smiled, nodded, and then probably never looked at because they were just putting up with me.
Wait, so if you can tell me one big takeaway from that 10-year thing, what would it be?
Keep the funding in place. The sciences are always the first thing to get cut, and there's really good stuff that's happening right now that we want to keep happening because all the great strides and progress in human history are involved with scientific advancement and exploration. And it's an area that we have sadly been neglecting for the past several decades.
What in a 10-year plan, does anything stand out to you that they're projecting that's exciting in?
There's stuff they're trying to do with the idea of getting a moon base set up. They're trying to you'd have to go into it, but it's very interesting. They're trying to get human beings involved again.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, we all love the rovers, but we love the humans more.
I don't know. At this point, I think I look at robots better than people, but I'm in a hot zone. So
good stuff, Stimson. Good stuff, man. Folks, I really appreciate, I keep saying this, but I appreciate folks coming out and spending time with us. The only thing we're not doing is breaking bread and hanging out at Moss Isley, because that's where I really want to take everybody tonight. That's what we normally do now at the festival. Place called Moss Isley, and that is really crazy and wild. I'll share a video of what it looks like. Maybe because it's supposed to be a private destination. But in any case, that's what we have for now. And please hang around. We'll need to. Well, it all depends on how much time we have left, because we did want to have one panel today. I don't know if we'll have that panel. It's going to depend on how many people show up, because I want to make sure there's slots for people to be interviewed. Well, that's where we are for now. That's it. So
thank you so much. This has been really awesome, and I'm really honored to be here. Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm gonna have the YouTube stream of this up for the rest of the day, so I could be watching everything.
Me too, for sure.
Don't miss the award session, please.
And we won't. Thank you.
And we're going to take a 5-minute hiatus, folks, 5-minute break, and then we're going to bring on our feature film folks. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys. Bye.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute quickie, all right? A blast from the past. Oh boy, we sure had fun. Okay, let's get going with our next set. Today, we're adding on our feature filmmakers.
Oh,
Hey guys, how you doing?
hi.
Doing good. How's it going?
Very good. We got Joel, and help me with pronunciation. That's Gazello.
Oh, that's a new one. It's Gelzo. I've
Gelzo,
heard everything under the sun, though. Yeah.
Gelzo, and Daniel Rabolt.
Bravo, yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Joel's film is called Norman, and Daniel's film is called A Living Dog. Okay, so what we'd like to do is start out by showing the trailers. Uh-oh. Did the trailers drop?
Ich habe nicht gehört.
Oh. Hold on a second. Did the trailer drop? I tell you, there are more technical issues than you can shake a stick at here.
Oh.
Here we go. Living Dogs first.
It's not on the screen yet, Troy.
Ton ist ganz gut.
This is Norman.
What I've learned from all of this is how unpredictable time travel is and how one man could potentially destroy so many lives.
I know a small part of you will miss this place. I hope you're confident in the decision to leave. Norman, maybe our effects on time are wholly inconsequential. Are you so sure that time is not predefined? Perhaps the sum of our choices will always lead us down the same path.
Portal polarity initiated.
You don't know what caused things to turn out this way.
Sorry. I have to do this. I'm not a man of grand purpose. I'm simply a man who made a decision. A decision to do something different.
Whoa. Okay, that was pretty good there, guys. I personally enjoyed both of your films. Norman was a very well made film, and I can tell you spent a lot of time putting that epic film together, putting that story together. And A Living Dog caught me totally by surprise. I had no idea what I was getting into when I pushed play. Okay, I gotta tell you that, Daniel. It was a surprise, and I'm glad you sent the film in. I'm glad both you guys sent the film in because your films were very good. But let's start off with Norman. Joel, tell us the background. Tell the audience the background and what the film's about. What are some of the highlights?
Norman, in summary, is basically it's a film about a time traveler who's basically stuck in time, and so the movie starts out. There's thousands of time travel movies. You know, there's good and there's bad, and one of the things we tried to do with Norman was take a very different approach. And one of the biggest things that we tried to do was create a time travel film that's not about a guy who goes back in time and like kills Hitler and saves the world. Norman's really about a person who created a time machine to use in the most selfish and greedy ways ever. And it's essentially just to escape his own life and just to escape reality. And so Norman he's stuck in the past, and he realizes like this is a really terrible thing. It's one of those scenarios in life where you do something you think is good for you, and then you realize when you're there, you kind of wake up to it and you realize, wow, I've made a horrible choice. Why did I do this? And the secondary character is named Annie. It's a little artificial intelligence device, kind of an iPad, but a very sarcastic little Jiminy Cricket, so to speak, for him. And it's their relationship, and they're trying to build a way back to his own time, because he thinks everything's going to collapse and he's going to do something. So he lives as a hermit inside his house. He orders everything by shipments, and it's just this adventure and to get back to his own time. And the kind of moral of the story is essentially it's for this character as he grows through the movie. He's learning to physically and literally like live in the present. And so he goes on a quite an adventure to kind of learn that he can't, control time, but it's more than just that. It's more about knowing you can't control tomorrow. And so time travel is more of the background set for that kind of morality tale.
Yes. Pretty neat. Once again, we can't give away all the spoilers. We cannot give away spoilers, but I personally like your choice of cast. You picked people that were able to deliver the story quite well. Typically when we watch when I watch feature films, I'll do it in parts, or I'll watch it straight through. I try to watch them straight through. Sometimes you can only watch them in parts. And in many cases, I go back and I'll watch the film a second time to get more up in it, because there's certain high components that you put in the film that stand out. And I found myself looking at a lot at your secondary characters in the film, because there was just so many different things that were going on in between the scenes that it keeps you going. The film is about 90 minutes long, and in no way do you feel like that there's a drop. So I think you did a really good job with carrying the message. But tell us a little bit about the length of time that it took you to make this, because I think this took you a lot longer than, say, 2 years, right? It took you quite a while to make this film.
Yeah, I sent you a link to it. We have a little on our website, normanthefilm.com. You can, on the About page, we have kind of about a 10-minute kind of shorter version of the long documentary that will be included with the final thing. But I spent over 7 years to make it. Took exactly pretty much 7 years to finish it. We started back in late 2011 and then 2012. And it was just a grassroots project. It was basically me and maybe 3 other people that worked on it at any given time over about 4 or 5 years. We kept the wooden time machine in my friend's basement, and we would film on weekends. And then sometimes it'd be months between times shooting, because the guy who plays Norman, I used to work with him, and he was just happy to help. we kind of had, this was originally going to be just a short film, but it's one of those projects where as you kind of do it and other people see it, it's really hard to get people to work for free. Obviously, anybody who's made any kind of film, any low budget, it's really hard to get anybody to do anything, to show up on time and to keep showing up and to keep putting their best effort. So when we started shooting this, I was going to shoot just a tiny sliver of the story. But once people started seeing it, they're like, wow, this actually looks like a real movie. Like, people became more invested in it, and then we were able to do more. And so it was like, okay, maybe we can do this. And at the time, we thought we were going to shoot it over a summer. And it just grew in length, and the visual effects shots that we wanted to pull off, there was always just like a vision I had in my head, and it was something that I just wasn't willing to let go. Like, I knew how I wanted it to look, and I knew I could pull it off, but it was just going to take a lot of time because we didn't have money. So we would wait for opportunities to rise. When it came to sound design, I mean, every single sound of the entire movie is redone. Every sound. Not literally, like, there's like maybe one shot that has dialogue, but every little piece was re-recorded because we had no audio on set at all. Because my brother, who's the audio guy, he actually lived in California at the time. I'm in Virginia. And it was just because we had such a crazy schedule when we could film, the main actor would keep all of his costumes in the back of his Jeep, just in a box. And we'd come over and go, he's like, all right, what are we filming? Am I in my time suit? Am I in my normal clothes? Like, here we go. And we'd shoot another little scene. And then one day he got a really nice job at a restaurant. He needed to get some work. And because of that, he had to shave and be all clean shaven. And we're like, oh, crap. Well, for the scenes, like, we need him to be like that. So we just shot scenes of him journaling or things with his feet or hands for months. And then he transitioned out of that job to get something else. So it was always an uphill battle trying to fight and do little pieces at a time. And then some of the larger set pieces, we would plan for 6 months and get people in town and build props. And I had a great buddy of mine who built all the time machines, backpack, helmet, suits, everything. We knew, since we really had no budget for this, and everybody's trying to make movies, and how do you make yours stand out, right? And so what we try to do is put every little tiny detail into the film, every little UI piece. I'm a web designer by day, and so I work called a UI specialist, essentially. And so what we do is we're looking at buttons and how everything works. And so when I watch movies now, when you see like a Michael Bay film and you see a UI on a screen and it's so fancy design, no, that's never going to happen. No one would ever design that. And so for Norman, we thought, how can we make this little Annie device really useful? Also, so that the audience understands what's going on, but it looks like something that someone could build and didn't have a team of like 100 designers and $2 million to build it, because it would never look like that, never sound like that. So everything about Norman is invested in the past, not his time, older stuff, records. And so when he builds Annie, this character, like, she has old hard drive sounds because he likes that. And so we were trying to just add every little nuance as much as we could, because we thought, I forget the exact phrase, but it's like ocean rise, like it raises all boats or whatever, all ships or something like that. We thought, okay, if we didn't nail this, well, we'll have our sound pick up here. If we have this, we'll hopefully raise it here and make it better in every area as much as we can. But that just took so much time. And I mean, I could go on forever about it, but even with the guy for doing music, we did a Kickstarter to raise some funds for just visual effects. Mm-hmm. And the composer saw that online. He's like, dude, I really want to do your film. And that was an interesting thing to do, because we had a guy who was in town who was willing to do it for free. Yeah. And I could go over to his studio, and it was awesome. And then I had this guy, Daniel, online. His name is Daniel Chalitza. He does trailers and stuff for major movies now. This guy is incredible. The best decision I ever made. So he said, hey, I want to do this, but I couldn't afford it. What he was asking me, there was no chance. And so, so I said, "What about this? What if I gave you $900?" And he just laughed. He's like, "Oh man, come on!" And then a couple weeks later, he goes, "All right." I was like, "Let's figure something out." So I said, "Hey, I can pay you $100 a month, and I will not miss it. And if you need to stop and work on other projects to make money, you just do it. It's what I really want you, because your sound, everything, the way you approached it was exactly what I wanted. Even though it wasn't as convenient as the person in town, I was like, let's go with it." We've become really great friends. We've done multiple projects together now. He spent 2.5, almost 3 years working on music, crafting every little bit of it. He became invested. And what I try to do is surround people and giving them an avenue to be their best at making a project. Because I mean, this is hard. Like, and you have to like surround them and get them involved to enjoy it, that they will give you your best, because that's what I wanted, but it's hard to get that. And so slowly taking time, kind of developing these friendships, it became this kind of, in a way, Lord of the Rings journey for all of us, that we're like, okay, we're going to finish it. And it's going to be the best we can possibly do. And we're going to, because we knew, like, the second, when I'm done with the project and I'm done and the movie's finished, I don't want to look back and go, oh, I didn't put my absolute best into it, like, because I'm going to look at it forever. And it's just how I am. And so whether or not it's good or not, we just know that we put our best foot forward. And that's why it took so long. But it was a learning experience. But through our own school.
You got more than a master's degree in movie making, taking that many years to produce this feature. Can you elaborate a little bit on what's going on in this scene?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, so this is Norman's house. The movie starts in the past. And again, I'm not giving away spoilers, but the movie starts in the past, and it essentially unravels from there. You're finding out, who is this guy Norman? Why is he in the past? Why does he have a time machine? Who is this Annie character? And so I wanted to have this thing where every like 3 to 5 minutes, you're teasing something and then revealing something. You're teasing something and then you're revealing something. Because I love suspense in almost everything I do. It's not that this has to be like threatening or like, scary suspense, but it's that mystery of, I want to find out what's next. And then it's also trying to ride the balance between, you don't want it to be too vague for the audience, but you also want the audience to feel smart when they're watching it. Like you want, if they invested and see something they think is a detail, I want that to pay off later. Otherwise, you're just wasting people's time. They're, oh, what's that? Is that going to come around? And then you're like, oh, that was meaningless later on. Like, that was nothing. And so this scene, yeah. So he's getting ready to take a trip through time, and it's a big moment in the film. And he makes multiple time machines. So this is the crappy one he's got to build in the past. And I told my friend, I said, the time machine I really want in this one is the Millennium Falcon of time machines. I want the one where you got to smack it and you almost can't believe that it's going to work. And we built skateboard wheels underneath it. And we built it on these skateboard wheels, and then you could crank with this giant crank, and it would click open. And I've always built little stuff like that as a kid. And so I just like this feeling of, you could build it. Okay, why is it built out of wood? Like, this is just insane. But once you get to the point in the film, it just feels like, holy crap, it's working. And so even the sounds we use for it, I got this Australian wind instrument that you spin. And we use that. And my brother had all these sound effects libraries he owns and he's purchased. And he's like, well, I got all these cool things like electricity sounds. I was like, no, scrap it all. Like, I want it to sound like this. It's got to sound different. I was like, everyone's seen Portals, everyone's seen like that. So we got to make our sound different, look different, feel unique. Like, otherwise, like, okay, I mean, you go to the next one, go to the better one, the films that have much more money. So how can we make ours different? And so we recorded stuff. We recorded a ping pong table. If you pull it really slow, it will hit this like sound, and we added that into it. So there's a lot of weird little unique physical sounds that we did. So every little piece was thought about, and we tried to add detail and something that would connect to every portal, every time machine. It was all built by the same person.
So tell me this, the film debuted, you've been to a couple festivals already, and the film was at Sci-Fi Boston as well.
Yeah.
We've got some folks here that said they saw it there. But can you tell me how the film was received? Did you go to all of the festivals?
I've
How,
been to Richmond. I've been to Long Beach, New York. I've been to the Australia Festival. Daniels, I think yours was there, wasn't it? I can't remember if you were there in Australia, but I saw the film there, or it was being shown. So that was pretty awesome. But that was my first time to Australia. Went to Boston. That was a really great film festival. That was fun. Everyone there, they just treated you really well. It was fun. Yeah, it's for working on it for so long. Obviously, you're kind of within a bubble. It's my first feature film, and so I've done short films. I started out doing wedding videos. I've done hundreds of wedding videos for people. See, but like, there's such a difference between shooting something like that where you have individual shots that look nice, but then telling a story over a period of time. It's just a totally different thing. And so, after kind of living in a bubble for so long with Norman, yeah, it is really nervous. Like, what the heck are people going to think about this? Is it any good? Because even I've seen it 1,000 times, obviously, over working it for years. And showing at the one in Australia, that one was pretty awesome because we had a really good audience, but the age levels, I think, actually really surprised me the most of who enjoyed it and the things they got out of it. I was like, whoa. There was one person that had talked about, it mentioned there's a scene in Norman's debating about taking his life, and there was someone who saw it and really got something out of that about just living the next day and controlling your life and stuff. And I was like, I don't think I quite realized the scope of what I was even doing there, that I was like, oh, wow, I'm glad I got that right. Because, you can only see it in so many different perspectives. And you're like, whoa, that person got something different out of it. A guy from the UK messaged me and he said, he's like, I would do anything to be able to have a time machine to go back in time and to have someone like Annie. And he said to talk to his dad again. He's like, I wasn't the greatest son. He's like, man, I wish I could do that again. But there was something that just spoke to him. So it's been unique hearing the people going, wow, like, you saw the detail in it. They got it. The twists work when we were hoping they would, pull off. So that it's frightening because I have no idea. I really have. I feel like I know what maybe a good movie is. Watch it, but when you make your own, at some point you go, yeah, I think this is good. I think it's working.
Yeah, and since
but you don't know for sure.
And since you have been at this for such a long time, so many years, you've developed a fan base that has been following you and contributing on in crowdfunding, and that's what's this is what's happening. So you have a fan base, and I remember when we had a conversation recently. One of your big concerns is that you've got a fan base that at least it's significant enough that they are intended to get the final version, like the true director's cut. So there's going to be more than one version of the film out there. There's a festival version. You may have a distribution commercial version, but then you're going to have a director's cut for your fan base. That's what it sounds like from our conversation we had. Because
it's not necessarily a director's cut. It's more of, one of the things we set out to, and over the 7 years, is we filmed almost every single day while we were filming, behind the scenes. And it's something I grew up loving, and I feel like most filmmakers love is, if you think about watching the Lord of the Rings behind the scenes, that's probably one of my favorite. Like that one in Aliens is like really in depth, but it's not like this like showboaty type documentary. It's just like a camera sitting over a shoulder and you just get to watch the craziness. And that's what I loved so much. And to me, that's like my favorite part about all of it, like almost all of it. I just want to go, how did you do it? Oh, he's standing on an apple box and everyone looks really stupid the way this location is, but the shot works good, And so what I wanted to do with Norman is because most of my family didn't even get to see what I've done, because again, I've only worked with like 2 or 3 people, because we'd shoot like a Friday for a couple hours, then on a Saturday, and then 2 months would go by, So most people didn't actually get to see over the 7 years, like what we've been up to. And so this documentary we want to include for the final thing, because I want the final product in their hands to have everything, have it all there. We got something really special planned, but I just don't, I don't want to toss them a little YouTube link. Like we spend a lot of time with it. We want to really appreciate and so they can have the full quality at the end. And this documentary, I'm hoping is honestly, I'm going to be honest, even more so than the film. I hope people enjoy the documentary, because something I would love to be able to do with this film is just show to other people that are honestly way more talented than I am. You can just do it. Because there's a lot of people you meet that are incredibly talented, but the one talent they don't have that I think I have, that some other people have, is they just won't get off their butt to do it. That's the hard part, and I understand that. But then you're like, oh, you're so good at that. You can do visual effects, you do the camera work, you're incredible. Why are you not making something? Go, please. And then you find that they just don't, they don't have that, like, I don't know, waiting for the right time and got to get the money. Where to me, I was like, I'm just doing this. I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
Well, Joel, we one of your fans is asking a question here that they missed Norman in Boston. Carolyn Uch, my pronunciation might be really bad there. Will it be available at this festival?
Sadly, no. Sadly, no. Right now, we're getting really, really close to a final distribution deal, and we're just focusing on that. I mean, like, again, I have a normal day job as well as probably many people who work on films like this. And so we're trying to tackle both. And we're working with this really great guy who's doing sales and stuff for us. And we're really hoping to land something soon and then just get that. We're just kind of focusing on that, because once we have kind of final deadline on that and date, like everyone's going to hear me. I'm going to be screaming from the rooftops, because this has been a very long time coming. So it's taken so much time that I want to do it right. And I think the one biggest thing I regret through all of this is I wish I had just gone out and filmed something random and just submitted it to film festivals just to go through this process and then do it. The reason why is, and I don't actually urge other people to do that, is if you have a good passion project you appreciate, because it's harder when you have something like this you spend so much time on, that you want to be careful, right? Like, everyone has put so much time in on it. I want to do it right. And since it's my first project, I don't know how it goes. You know what I mean? So I'm learning as I went. So it's almost, I wish I just went out and shot something, even if it was terrible, and just to get an understanding of what happens in this process. Because, yeah, I don't want to sell to the wrong person or distribute it the wrong way. I think it has a chance to do well and get out there. I'm hoping it's going to be a calling card to do the next project.
So Joel, so Carolyn, you got your answer right there. And there's a web page here to get the inside scoop. Okay, so get on that mailing list and you'll get the inside scoop when the film's available. So folks, we want to make sure everybody gets an equal amount of time here. Let's move on to, thanks so much, Joel. Hold on one second here. Let's go to A Living Dog with Daniel. And Daniel, you got some awesome effects here, man. Like I said, you blew me away. All right. I was really surprised with this film. I'm sitting there, listening. Okay. And I see all of these really cool effects where you really utilized drone effects. I assume this is taken from a drone. This is a drone over a house in the forest, and then you did some VFX. Is that what happened here?
Yes, that's what happened. I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear myself.
No, we hear you fine.
Okay, great. We had long discussions whether to use a drone or not. I was initially against that because every indie movie uses drones these days. But the others convinced me to do it because actually we have, our film is about drones and machines, about an eye from above looking down on the people watching us. And so it made sense to use a drone, yeah. And also we had a fantastic landscape. We shot in Finland, and it would have been a wasted opportunity not to use a drone there.
You're saying you were in this is in Finland?
Yeah, this is actually a little bit north of the Arctic Circle.
Yeah. So you were in the boreal forest. Yeah.
We wanted to use the time of the midnight sun. These are 2 weeks where the sun doesn't get below the horizon. So you have this beautiful light for like 24 hours. We had our finale. We shot it on a mountain in a sunset night, and I also always thought, oh my God, we have to hurry. This light is great. And then I thought, no, wait, we don't have to hurry. This light will go forever.
Daniel, you really have a way. You really know how to work your crew because you got them working 24 hours a day.
Yeah. No, actually, we didn't, because
did you feed them?
We fed them. Yeah, we made a crowdfunding campaign before that and used the money to get the team there. We were only 7 people. Get the money, get some food, and as director, I told them we will only shoot, we will never shoot more than 5 hours a day in these 2 weeks, because I wanted everybody to have a good time there also and have a little bit of a vacation. So I wanted to let them enjoy this area and this beautiful landscape.
Yeah.
So I didn't take 24 hours every day.
Well, I definitely want to make sure that the audience gets a good take of this. Can you just give us some highlights of what the story is about?
Yeah, A Living Dog is a movie that takes place in a world where the machines, intelligent autonomous machines, are taking over. The war has been going on for like a month or something, so it's not really after the apocalypse, it's during the apocalypse, even though it doesn't look like that. And our hero, our protagonist, is a guy called Tomasz, played by Stefan Ebel, who is kind of a coward, very selfish guy. He escapes, he's a deserter, he escaped from the war, he was a soldier. And he tries to hide from this war in these far away landscapes in a house. Tries not to meet any people because the problem is the machines are programmed to react to human voice patterns. So if there's any communication, any talking between people, the machines will attack. They will find you. They will hear you, and come for you.
That's right. That's right. Can you elaborate a little bit on how you created those machines, those machines, these robots in the scenes? It was done quite nicely. How was that done?
Thanks. Well, we had a very small crew of VFX artists. Myself,
the machines here. That's one of the machines back there.
Yeah. We were like 4 3D modelers, and I said, okay, we need 4 machines. So we talked a little bit about how these machines work, how they should look like. I wanted to have machines that don't look like people have designed them, which is very hard because people have to design machines that don't look like people have designed them. And every 3D modeler got one machine. I got the big walkers. Henning Ricke, a very good VFX artist, a friend of mine, did the one on the photo over there. And Andy Schönberg did the Tick, which is a giant monster machine as big as an ocean liner. And Jan Plummers, also a very good 3D modeler and animator, did the smaller attack drones.
Oh, you got some people asking here. Did you wear your famous hat the entire shoot? That's obviously somebody that knows you.
No, I got the hat later, but I wore another hat because I don't have much hair, and okay, it was a midnight sun. I have to protect it, protect my brain.
Another comment is, A Living Dog is great. I'm not good at English or German, but I could understand the whole of its story in detail. That's a win-win for you, Daniel.
Yeah, thanks, Yuichi.
Yeah, the picture tells the story.
Yeah. Yes, I met Yuichi and watched this wonderful film at Berlin Sci-Fi Film Fest. I did not mention so far. I said the machines react to communication, to voice patterns. So the whole film, 94 minutes, is almost without dialogue. So there are only two lines spoken the whole film.
No, but it was done quite well. So all of those outdoor scenes, all of the outdoor scenes we have here, these are all in, in the Boreal Forest, which is, I just think that's fantastic, man. The location was good. How difficult was it to go to Finland and shoot your film?
It was an interesting journey. We had to drive with our cars for 3 days. We slept in Denmark, in Sweden, in 2 times in Sweden, and it was 3 days to go there and 3 days to come back, and 2 days of shooting the film.
Wait. You said so you're saying it took you 3 days to drive there?
Yeah.
Wow.
we never drove more than like 10 or 12 hours a day, and we couldn't go as fast as in Germany.
Understood. So wait a second. So you're saying that you guys drove for 3 hours to the site and then shot for 5 hours and then jumped back in the car and drove 3 hours to the place where you were staying?
No. There's we rented a house over there.
Okay.
And we didn't drive 3 hours. We drove 3 days, right? So we drove there 3 days. We stayed there at the house for 2 weeks and shot everything around that house and in the mountains and the forests over there. And then we went back.
Wow.
3 days long.
Impressive.
The problem with that is, maybe for other directors, we hadn't seen the location before that. So I had to write the screenplay with for locations that I did not know. Of course, we knew there are a lot of forests. There are some mountains. There's an antenna, a river, and this house. But we didn't know anything more. So we had to look for suiting locations for our scenes while we were there, while we were already shooting.
Wow. Yeah, I guess it'd be good to get a topo map to see what's going on ahead of time. But you know better now. I'm sure that if you have to do this again, you're well suited now. You're an expert in this.
Yeah, but it was exciting. I loved that. It was a bit spontaneous, but you were more awake that way. Many filmmakers are stuck to their storyboards. They had this exact thing. The door has to be there and the window has to be there. And I think when you go there and you have a storyboard, you know what you need, but you can still react to the things that you find there. And I think a film can get richer that way.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I don't want to give it all away, but all I could say is good, and I'm happy that you are definitely sharing this with us at the festival. So this film will be on the lineup in the virtual festival. And wait, did you say how long this took you to make? I don't want to take away.
It took us 4 years altogether.
4 years, another super long film.
Yeah.
So Daniel, this is going to be it's definitely going to be a fan favorite for down here in Miami. Much if you realize, but we have a huge robotics scene down here. In fact, recently we've done meetups with Boston Dynamics, their robot dog, their new one. Also, we have an Astro robot here, and we actually took the Astro robot. We film all these things in VR, so I'll send you the links later for our VR stuff. But our robots did scavenger hunts, and they found the room where Bill Gates invented the PC in Boca Raton. So it's gonna be a lot of people who would be super excited to watch your film in the virtual festival who are into robotics, robot dogs. We even have a robot band that is using Arduino. We have four Arduino robots that are all drummers that keep time. So there's going to be a lot of fanboys out of Miami for you now,
right? Or
fangirls as well.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the famous videos of Boston dynamics was one inspiration for the film. You know, that film where this robot dog is going through the hallway and the people there are starting to kick it to show that it won't fall to the ground, but it's
Yeah, that's gonna be a Westworld thing where eventually that dog's gonna remember who kicked it when it becomes conscious.
In a few years, the robots will watch that video on YouTube and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
Wow.
So is that where some of this inspiration came from? Is you know the dogs that are basically very common now, or is it something other inspiration?
Yeah, there were a lot of inspirations. I think the most important inspiration was a childhood trauma. That was a BBC series called The Tripods that was on TV in the 80s. I watched that as a kid. I was far too young. It scared the hell out of me. I'm still scared of that show.
Which one was it? I didn't get that.
It's called The Tripods. It's a
Okay.
kind of spin-off of War of the Worlds, where aliens in big robots have conquered the Earth, and people get brainwashed, so they are not creative anymore. And three teenagers are trying to escape from these robots into the mountains. And that was scared the hell out of me. And I think the film is part of me getting rid of that trauma, I think. So, and also I wanted to make a feature film without dialogue. That was very important for me. And I love silent movies. I love films that tell their story visually. So you have to watch the film, you have to see the images to understand what is happening. And I really wanted to try that. It wasn't easy, but it was very important for me. And I was looking for a reason, okay, why are they not talking? And the easiest way was, okay, they're not allowed to talk. They will die if they talk. We did that before A Quiet Place came out.
That's great. Yeah, we'll definitely have you back next time we do a big robotics meetup, and we'll try to show the film or segments of it when you're on next time as well.
Cool.
Cool stuff. The last thing I wanted to say, because we're really short on time here, is can you elaborate a bit about these blasters? That's one thing that I saw. They had these huge cannons that they were firing at these robots.
Yeah, there's actually one really big rifle that Thorsten Franzen, my co-producer, built. He's a production designer, a very good production designer. I started this project together with him, and he built this rifle out of I think a soft air gun rifle. I hope I'm not saying anything wrong right now. And he added some stuff to it. He made it much more heavier, put some lead in it so that it's really heavy. You can see when the actors, and especially Ziri, like in the picture, is carrying it. You can see that it's really heavy, that it's hard to carry that thing around. And I think that's important. That's what the guys yesterday, Marcel and Johannes, talked about in the final land. They also did that. It's very important that these props really do work for the actors, so they don't have to concentrate on, oh, how do I act this, pretend that it's heavy.
Right. Well, listen, awesome. Are there any more questions from the audience? Please, any questions for Joel or Daniel? We're going to be closing this session real soon now.
It looks like, Marcel's got one.
Tell the Charlie Chaplin story. And Joel, what if you have anything else to add? Please say.
Yeah, I mean that was really interesting hearing about your film there, Daniel. That's awesome. Awesome, really just call out the lake and the location and everything, and that's cool. It's just it's nuts how much you learn when you do these projects, when you're working on it. Some things you can't read in a book. You can't. I'll try to explain to people, like, it's teaching some people is like teaching someone how to play ping pong, right? You know, you can teach them the skills and how to use the paddle and how to hit it and everything. But what you can't teach is you can't teach finesse. And you can't teach some of the things that are like deep inside that it's just, you just got to be there, and you have to figure out when it comes to shooting and knowing, why does this angle look really good? Why does this edit feel really good? Because there's no book that tells you exactly, like you read a book and say, oh, that's where to cut. Sometimes you just have to feel it out. And I think that's what's really fun about these projects. And I would just say if you're at all on the fence of trying to make something, cut through the fence, just start doing it, and don't be afraid if it's going to turn out bad. Because I mean, that's the thing, like you have to battle that fear of, is this going to be a waste of time? Is it not going to look good or whatever? Like, you just have to understand, yeah, it might actually be that, but you'll never know if it's bad if you never make it. You'll never know if it's good. You'll never get better if you don't, go for it and try it. Because again, you have to just step out to the door. And I think it's major problems for anyone trying to tackle something like this, because it's really tough. It's really tough because a lot of the time, like over the 7 years when you work on a project, for anyone, you're doing 4 years is the same. There's a level of excitement you can keep up, but at the end of the day, I mean, it wanes and people get tired and they don't want to come. They don't get as excited about the same thing day in and day out. And so one thing my brother always said, he's like, my brother Joel, he was basically the big cheerleader for the whole project, and that was just tiring for 7 years because we wouldn't be working on it every single day, but there was always something I was doing for the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, heading up for the next sound session or the next visual effects. We had this Google Doc for all the visual effects because the guys who did it, they were able to work on little piece by piece. But they didn't know the whole story like I did, and they only had a little bit amount of time, so they couldn't have everything in context. So I had to basically direct every little element they did, saying, hey, for example, here's a really tough thing. So for a sequence in it, when you have a UI or a screen that shows a loading bar, right? If in a loading bar, if it's loading and it goes to 50%, right? And you decide, I want to cut to a reaction shot of the character Norman, he's looking at the display, right? He's looking at it. Well, he's looking at it for maybe 2 or 3 seconds. In real life, that loading bar would be moving forward, still in time. But that is something really hard to catch when you're just working on it on your screen, because for example, when we first put the shots in, the loading bar, it's as if the loading bar froze, and then as soon as we saw the shot again, it continued, so obviously in reality it would be continuous. So I was like, no guys, by the time it cuts back to it, it'll be at 70% now, so it's just, those are the little minute details that are really easy to miss, because it's not until you just start jumping in you realize, oh crap, okay, we have to think about this. Or for a shot we had in the rain, I wanted everyone to show up in rain gear with umbrellas and stuff. But again, when you have no money to pay for them, people are willing to help out, but every last one of them forgot the umbrellas. So what I did is, beforehand, just figuring that most people would forget, I bought 6 umbrellas, because I was like, maybe at least 2 or 3 people were gonna probably forget. No, they all forgot. So then we luckily had umbrellas. So those are just the things that, again, when you have a budget and you have someone who's saying, hey, be here at 5 a.m., you're getting paid $1,000, whatever it is, they're much more motivated to show up, be on time, wearing the right stuff. But when it's free, they may have a willing heart, but there's always something different. And so it's just a different challenge. But you won't know until you kind of jump into it. And everyone kind of working on these projects.
It's easier than ever before because we have the technology. It's like 20 years ago, we couldn't have done this, because for that money we wouldn't have gotten the 60 millimeter, 35 millimeter camera on material. Today you can shoot a movie on a smartphone. So as you said, you won't. Many people say, I want to be a filmmaker, I want to make film. And just say, let's do it. Yeah,
just do it.
Camera and do it. Right?
Yeah. Just do it. So, guys, listen. I want to thank you guys so much for coming out and sticking in. Yes, we are on the 3rd day, but I really appreciate you sticking in and being here for the festival and giving your take, because as you can see, a lot of folks are interested in what you're doing. With that said, we're going to wrap this session up. Going forward, we have the AR VR session. Prav is going to lead that. And if there's enough time, I would like Joel, Daniel, and Marcel, along with Jamie, to do the second half of the Science Behind Science Fiction panel. There'll be a little bit of time for that. So please stick around. We'd like to have you guys on that panel. I think we'll have time to do that. And then after that, we will commence with the award ceremonies. All right?
Cool. Okay.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Take care. See you, Daniel.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Hi guys.
Hey Mona, so Mona's been waiting backstage in our virtual backstage for a while now, but
I enjoyed listening to. Yeah, it was fantastic. I can't wait
virtual green room.
Good, Mona.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're doing really good here.
It's fantastic.
So Mona, you have a big responsibility. Last year we had 3 days of AR VR talks. This year we have one session and one speaker, but we still have a larger audience this year. So
wow.
So like last year as far as I know, we were the only science fiction film festival that has an entire AR VR track. We had people from Magic Leap. We had a lot of amazing speakers last year. Some of them came back this year, but under different pretenses, as different topics. But you're the only AR VR session, so
that's fantastic.
No pressure.
It's hard to represent a field that's so changing every minute, and also it has so many different aspects to it. So yeah.
Yeah, and we got a lot of great submissions this year, and I'm really glad that you were able to come on to explain yours, because I felt like yours was actually the most actual experience that was most appropriate for a film festival, as opposed to like some submissions. They're well-meaning, but they're more like almost like a video game, right? And we are a film festival first, so yours is very appropriate. And the other thing is, what's unique about the reason why the Miami Science Fiction Film Festival has an AR VR track, full track, last year 3 days, is because we're the only organization in the world that actually is a Unity 3D user group, an Unreal Engine user group, and also a Magic Leap user group, all in one entity. So we actually get financially sponsored by those three as well. So we have direct contacts and with engineers at all the major companies. So so you have a big audience to talk to right now.
Yeah, that's really cool. Well, ours was mostly, live action. So we actually did not use any Unity or Unreal Engine or anything. It was more like just what can we do with the camera and the spatial sound, spatial VR camera, and see what is possible, right? And just experiment with it.
Yeah, you definitely brought out like what can be done in practical effects in VR, which is really what you did was really amazing, because so many people who do VR films, they're kind of like they kind of like miss the whole filmmaking 101. So I think they're gonna learn a lot from you. Like they'll spend months doing something in Blender when they could have done something practical when they don't even know what
Right.
So I think so maybe we'll play your Troy has it in the private chat. We'll play your movie first, then we'll go into your background and the whole VR AR industry, how it's been changing recently.
Excellent.
It's in the private chat. She has posted it.
Carl, I've got a question for you. Do you have the ability to add a screen?
No, see, you're the host. I can't do anything.
All right.
But remember we tested out yesterday with Jeff Sass. The VR does play.
Yes. And what is the name of it?
It's The Lost in a Forgotten Place.
Okay, great.
Yeah, but it's actually in the private chat right now.
Yeah.
Make sure the name is right.
Okay.
One moment.
And if you can increase the volume on the YouTube link, yeah. And if you can maximize it.
It is maximum.
Okay. So Mona, just you can tell Troy where to pan
Yeah, sure. You can actually pan lower a little bit just to look down. Yeah, what this character. Or
Maybe we'll play it twice. Once just as a run through. You just tell them where to pan.
Sure.
And next time as director commentary. It is short enough.
Doesn't seem like the sound is actually playing very loud, but we can just talk over it too.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself, and so maybe the sound will go up. But
if not, we can just we can also just show the trailer, and then I'm happy to share this link with.
Okay.
Your...
Troy, is there a way to increase the sound on the YouTube? So the sound is actually really important. She did a lot of work on her spatial
sound
design.
was a pretty
Troy, you're actually muted. I can see the mute sign on your little But I don't hear any sound though on there.
There's very little sound coming from the video. There's only the sound of the material moving.
Okay, so I'm gonna play it on my end. Let me see if I can share the screen.
Let me take.
We can do the trailer and just chat.
I think it'll work on my end. Let me. So Troy, I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see if this works. Hopefully. All right, so I'm sharing my screen now. Let's see. So Troy, you have to put my screen. It's on the backstage right now. You have to put that in the front now.
Oh yeah, you do have the ability. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna switch
okay.
over.
Hold on a second. There you go. I can hear that fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me just stop it so it can catch up.
Yeah.
You can hear that GPU spinning up too a little bit as soon as I turn on the VR.
Yeah, I think maybe if the quality is lower, just perhaps that's
To be honest, guys, put it at 720 because that's the maximum that is multiplex.
Right, that's very true.
Actually, I was playing at 4K just now, so I'm just gonna do. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, I could hear it in my left ear when he moved to the left. That was amazing. Kind of gave me a cue to turn my head.
Wow.
So let me stop sharing for a second here.
Excellent.
So immediately, like what was really impressive with what we just saw, and since we're going to share this link with the audience as well, like they'll both actually I'll start putting the link in the
Perfect. Thank you.
all the chats so people can see it as well. The things that stood out was you made really great use of spatial design, especially for YouTube, which is hard sometimes to translate something like a high-end, like a Vive Pro headset to YouTube. The other thing was you actually use a lot of like cinematic storytelling. Like if people probably didn't notice, but like I stopped moving my mouse around towards the end, where your pan was automatic in your actual editing. So and the cut scenes, the cuts got increasingly short. So kind of the heartbeat of the fight or what was happening, the pace kind of quickened, where the beginning was very long, drawn out, like relaxed, and then after the battle, then it got more relaxed again. So it's amazing how you used no dialogue, but I felt very immersed in your story, and there's a few things like that, and then also like for people who are really into VR and VR storytelling, at the very beginning, I'm explaining it because people wouldn't understand because they can't tell what times I was using my mouse versus times I was just sitting still. But at the very beginning, one thing that was very obvious was you just had a very stable tripod. And towards the end, it looked like you were panning, and I saw at the credits you had a robotics company. Thank you. So I was wondering if I'm sure you'll go into in your talk, dialogue. So, so why don't you introduce yourself, Mona? And while you're doing that, I'm going to start posting the link in all the chats we have going on as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I'm Mona Kazdra, and I am a new media artist, and I'm an assistant professor of digital media design at University of Virginia. I'm very interested in how new media allows for new ways of storytelling and artistic practices, especially when that's combined with performance. So when these type of VR cameras especially came around, I really wanted to know how to be able to carry that cinematic story that you really rightfully mentioned into the space. And there, this is something that we are all just learning as we're practicing. But how do we express, information about the characters in this space when you're in, the Oculus or the Vive Pro and watch this, for instance? How do you move your head? How would these characters keep you engaged or keep you look at the right direction here and there? And those are some very interesting challenges when you are thinking about shooting in VR with 4 really weird looking creatures that are not even, there's no dialogue that can guide you through their interactions together. So yeah, that was the goal of this project, which was very impromptu. All the characters who are performing these, first of all, the creatures are designed by Annie Temek, who's a fantastic costume designer and sculptor. And just the idea of these characters have to move and be able to perform and dance. And it's not a Unity character that you can do whatever you want, or it's a motion capture that you add the humanoid on to. These characters had to function and walk in this very abandoned place, which was where Perron Robotics is. That's actually one of their places where they train their autonomous self-driving cars, which we were very fortunate to film there. But the characters are all dancers, and they are movement artists. So being able for them to figure out what these characters are and what characteristics they have, and when they see each other, the idea is that they're all trying to figure out who they are, what the other person is. They're forming alliances, or they are, kind of intimidating each other. And so the dancers had a lot to do with character building and what what they think each, kind of costume and each character would have. Sound design was a big portion of making this piece. Eli Stein, who's a composer and a sound designer, was there filming spatially. And this film, by the way, is in spatial 360, which makes I think makes a big difference than when you watch it over YouTube, for instance, when you can actually experience depth and be in this space. And so sound designing, being able to guide the viewer through every scene was very important to us. Each character has its own audio quality, so they have their visual quality and they also have their own audio quality. And they are speaking to each other, but with these weird kind of sound clips. So that we're and we wanted it to be kind of surreal, kind of non-linear narrative thing. You don't know. One of the challenges with VR is like, who is the audience? Who is the viewer? Are they just fly on the wall? And for us, it was like, maybe this is just a camera that they find in this whatever happened in this space. Is it post-apocalyptic? Whatever that it is, a nightmare perhaps. But there is this interaction with the viewer and the characters that we were looking for, and there is that curiosity of what is this, and coming to it, or maybe the character goes into it. And as you mentioned, one of the things was to early on, as you noticed, it's very important when the viewer place the headset to have time to first experience what are the visual and the aesthetics qualities of this space. So they need to spend a lot more time, I think, and gradually you can introduce these faster pace and have all sorts of cuts or moving the camera and stuff. But that kind of, I need to be stable in the space and understand the aesthetics of it and the language of it before I get overwhelmed with all the cuts or all the changes that are happening. So that at least for this particular piece was our goal.
Yeah, I see. You were able to fit so much into a 7.5 minute piece. Technology, storytelling, and it definitely is a piece of art, cinematic art. So. Yeah, really appreciate all the effort you put in. It really shows, especially from the point of view of even like having actors too. I mean, which is a whole new level than just having a Unity asset store assets. So can you tell us how you trained the actors to act in VR? For example, did you have to tell them not to cross the stitch lines, not to get within a certain feet, or what did you actually do to give actors their marks, or tell them how to do their performances as a director?
Right. So we had a session before we even went on site to just kind of, I wanted everyone to be familiar with it, can see and experience what we are talking about, because there's so much to say, hey, don't get closer than 2 feet. But then being able to show them how that would look like if they get close. And we did a couple of cuts, and some, like especially when all the characters are going closer to the camera, we had a couple of cuts that they didn't come out very good. But we kind of rehearsed that, especially when they're moving. And because the costumes are bigger than the characters, sometimes it was harder for them to kind of be able to gauge that distance or the stitch lines. So I thought, especially with dancers and movers, and when they have a role, I look at this as more of a collective and a collaboration for sure, that once they figure out their role, they had a lot input into like, how can I move without getting too close, or what can I do to express the movement or the qualities and characteristics of this creature without getting to the stitch lines and stuff. But those are challenges for sure of doing VR, live action VR, for sure.
And then how did you do your the spatial sound design? Like, especially, for example, the opening scene, I heard something in one ear, it made me a cue to turn that way. And so how did you put that especially into a YouTube video?
That's a Great observation. So, and again, our sound designer and composer, Eli Stein, had a spatial sound recorder. So anywhere we went, we had the sound recorder actually attached to our tripod. And he also captured a spatial sound of the space where we weren't performing, just so that he has it in the background. And then he took that into like his software and started adding more sound and designing different characters. It was really interesting and challenging, because when I got to my editing part, then I was changing the point of view here and there, because I wanted to make sure that the characters, when you're looking, then all of a sudden nothing happens behind you and you need to kind of guide the viewer. So I started changing the pan, and he needed to match his audio now to the video, which I don't think he appreciated. It was really hard on his part, but we had to do that. So it was more like I would do a cut, send it to him. He would add, sound spatially in various angles. And one of the benefits is that this is a static 360 film, which means now you're not moving in the space, because that can, that's a different type of sound design. So with this one, it was just a lot of back and forth, and then we test it and make sure that there is a challenges. And then in terms of YouTube that you asked, so both Facebook and YouTube have good documents on how to do sound or what kind of formats to use. And I think we looked at that a lot to make sure that on all the, like, Oculus sound file, the one that we actually use for Oculus Go and Oculus headsets, is a different sound format that we are adding, so that it keeps the spatialness of it. But you lose some in the YouTube version, right? There's
so for Oculus, did you actually make an app, or how do you people view it in Oculus?
No, it's actually a 360 film, but it uses a particular sound format.
Okay. And then, so two final questions before, and then also the audience. Make sure the audience, if you remember, you can write comments in whatever live stream you're watching on YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook, and we'll ask questions to Mona as well. So first question is, what actual equipment did you use? Your camera and other equipment. And second is, what measures do you take to prevent things like VR sickness, or to make you actually viewable? So I noticed, first of all, there was no translation; it's all rotation for your camera, so there's no You weren't following your actors around like which I think would be typical for someone doing a fight dancer type thing. Have a cameraman, a robot, a dolly following him around, but you didn't do that. You did it more the teleport, like a Viveport teleport style, and you did the fast fading cuts in and out.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. Yeah.
So I use static, as you said. Like, I just wanted to avoid that kind of, when you watch it on YouTube, or if we make more of the VR 360 for the web browser, I think we can do a lot of that, like the walkings and stuff. But I still myself feel like, even with the newer stabilizations that are happening in the cameras, still it makes me dizzy when the camera starts moving. So I just use those kind of smaller and more gradual pans. As for the equipment, I really like the Insta360 cameras. I think they're doing a really fantastic job with their technology in doing 6K and 8K, being able to do spatial. And
which camera did you use from Insta?
I use the Pro for this one. So and we shot it in 6K, and we brought it down to 4K at the end, because I noticed that it keeps the quality so much nicer. But they're adding beautifully, even the smaller cameras do such great stabilization these days that the idea of like moving the camera is becoming more and more real, I think, when you're doing live action.
Right. And then what was your editing workflow from the Insta360?
Premiere. So I use Premiere for that, but it takes time. It takes forever to, the process, the pipeline of making, especially 6K, 8K films nowadays, is the tools are there, but it takes forever with the computer processing, even with the good ones, to be able to.
So do you actually use everything just out of the box from Insta, like the Insta Premiere plugin, or did you use something custom?
I actually found that I at least I'd rather use their software to export the footage, and then in Premiere use create proxies and then work that way. I know some of my colleagues like to use a plugin, but I find the footage look better that the other way around. So that's how I went around. But it again, the processing time is, and also the storage space you need is real.
So how did you get into VR, and then what was your history of your industry experience, and where is this going? Things are obviously slowed down from the hype bubble a little bit from 2015, but what's happening now?
Absolutely. So I come from traditional video and film, and so that's what pretty much interests me in terms of how that storytelling and how this being immersed into the space can change the way we experience linear or non-linear stories. So VR was just the next, practical, like, oh, what is this tool? Let's see how that works. And you're absolutely right. I think that kind of hype is going down, but it also, the hype is dangerous because it doesn't, it's just the hype. Now I feel like it's a good time to experiment, actually, because things are slowed down.
The tools are here.
Technologies are great. Exactly.
Using color pro or something to and stitch almost.
Yeah, so cinematic experiences can really now benefit when there's not a single hype around it. So yeah.
So we have comments from Troy. Can you put the last comment on the screen so everyone can see it? From Ghost Dog Productions.
Yeah, I think that's coming from Spain.
Oh, wow. 40 terabytes for
yeah.
So Ghost Dog, how long was that film you shot at 40 terabytes? You can put that in the comments. But
yeah, I wonder how that. Yeah, it's really brutal. It's crazy.
So what was your rig for rendering all this, or your editing rig?
So Mac Pro. I actually had to.
Oh, oh wow.
Mac Pro, and then I also have a Razer, which I use for processing the videos early on, because
that sounds
so much. Yeah, for processing, for editing and proxies. I like them. I'm a Mac person, so the idea of editing on PC just doesn't interest me as much. But I use the Razer for processing, and it already took forever. That's the major challenge, I think, with working in live action VR right now. It's the timeline is brutal.
So Ghost Dog says the movie was 104 minutes long.
Yeah.
40 terabytes. So that's kind of makes more sense now.
Yeah.
Also, getting shocked. I was like a 5 minutes short, and it was 140 terabytes.
No, that's unbelievable. Yeah.
And were you a film school professor and then learned VR for?
I do mostly, especially video and projection mappings and creating installations and shorts, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's actually pretty interesting because. Yeah, like down here in Miami, we have a huge, art districts, a lot of art murals, and there's a lot of projection mapping. Like we use Lightform,
right?
We do obviously Magic Loops down here. So what's your stance on people use the term mixed reality now in projection mapping, a lot of interactive projections and things like that. So I didn't realize you did all that. So if you can go into what's your take on all the new technologies coming to projection mapping now.
It's fantastic. I think that is a very exciting area. Like just this idea of, especially a lot of that you can now, use the headset to experience a lot of that, and the possibilities that
the headset you can experience projection mapping.
Not now, but I think that's where we're going. I think we see a lot of newer research in that you can actually have, live performances, or now with the situation that we're all mostly home and experiencing all the live events outside, just imagine a concert that you can actually experience with. So it's a very exciting, I think, time for projection mapping and all that.
Yeah, you can see, I'm going to pan up. You see we have a lot of space here.
Right.
These interesting walls. This is where I
that's
mannequins and everything. A lot of interesting things happening in this space with the drones and everything.
It's
but
fantastic.
yeah, I'm sure we'll meet each other at a SIGGRAPH or something at some point.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And then, so how did you become an academic?
I have a PhD in arts and technology, so that was kind of like a.
Oh wow, where'd you get your PhD?
University of Texas in Dallas.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And they do a lot of animation and YouTube and Unity and stuff as well. So
yeah. Is that where Rooster Teeth was, or?
No.
Dallas? No. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the natural path. And it's wonderful to see, like, using this technology, actually teaching it to the younger generation and what they do, then the experiments that they do is just really fantastic.
So your students, do they take a full film school curriculum and then they take classes from you in AR/VR, or how does this work?
No, they can. It's more open, at least in University of Virginia. So some of them take, the projection mapping, for instance. I do VR film as well, so they would actually take it. But they use smaller cameras to experiment with the storytelling. So they can. It's more like new media, so they can take a variety of different courses as it interests them.
And after your students graduate from your program, what have some of them gone on to do with their
degrees?
A lot
of graduates, they can go and pursue another graduate degree, or some of them become, artists, go for advertising agencies, some of the students, or go for sort of studios and start there. So variety of different backgrounds and pursuits.
Right. So just a final question, then we'll open it up again. But so one of the reasons why we had an AR/VR track for sci-fi is obviously there's a lot of technologists in the sci-fi genre, but also we noticed that a lot of sci-fi series, a lot of times would have a VR short, and later on like an AR app or something. So it seemed like there's an opportunity for filmmakers that's why, like last year when we were in person, it wasn't just showing stuff. We actually had hands-on workshops to teach how filmmakers can make these experiences. So what is your take on that? How can a traditional filmmaker, someone who just understands Premiere at least or similar, get into add a VR short or add some AR interactive projection mapping, something to make their sci-fi feature or short film stand out or have additional? So obviously if they're already doing already making 3D models, it's just one more step to put into Unity or something. But
you're absolutely right.
From an academic point of view, how does someone, or from a teacher point of view, how does someone take their current skill sets and put it into and add a short to their traditional film?
Yeah, so I think there are. You're absolutely right that it adds a new dimension, and we don't know where we are going with the AR VR space, but it definitely has opened up a new audience who's very interested in being immersed into the space and making a short that allows for people to experience what they, the longer film perhaps has, or a TV series. It's a good snippet to really immerse people in the space that's being created, even if it's short. And the sci-fi and thriller and horror, that kind of the space and the moods you can get people to experience is significant. So I think it's really worth doing that, because especially for the people who like VR or the first time they try it, it's very, it's very unique. The first experience of VR, especially, or AR, is really unique, and being able to communicate with your audience with these newer tools is just really unique. And who knows where we're going with this? I mean, you know, in 10 years,
Right.
the tools are coming in, the variety of different ways to experience the new ways of storytelling are coming in. So it's worth trying them.
Sure. So what maybe can you give us some, we have 15 minutes left. Maybe if you're able to give us some, a 10-minute boot camp of like what are some tips and tricks you would give to your students about making a good VR film versus an amateur VR film? Like, what would you look for in a student film to give them an A versus C, for example?
That's so if it's live action, we usually let's see, what would be the boot camp of it? So space. The first,
or you can say what not to do at least.
Yeah, no, you have a good point. So first of all, figuring out, you know, all those distancing and stitching and all the issues. So understanding the pipeline, I think, is really important, and doing tests so that you you know, you just learn the pipeline. How do you get the footage off your camera? How do you edit it? How does it look like? So that is very necessary before you jump in, you know, for a higher production. Finding this space, because you're obviously in the 360 or the 180, whatever you decide to do. It's not that you have the frame. It's not like you can you know, crop it at the end. It's just finding that interesting space that represents the topic is really important. Lighting becomes an issue because you obviously can't have lighting sources as much. So you can be creative about what's in the space so that your characters are being lit, or where you are, and thinking about the shadows, thinking about if you're shooting outside, thinking about the you know, the sun, and because now you have multiple lenses to worry about reflections and stuff. The figuring out how the characters, what the relationship of a character is with the camera, that's really important, because, you know, with distance and even on your app, you have to figure out how do they move. Like, it's very much like theater. We actually talk with students a lot about that kind of idea of blocking with theater. How do you block? How do you move? How do you figure out where the characters enter, how they leave the space? If they are staying, how do they keep the audience, you know, moving their head, not in a way that they become frantic, like they have to look here and then all of a sudden something happens behind them, because the chances are the viewer is going to miss it. So figuring out a way to continuously move the audience into the right direction, with sometimes changes where they have to actually move around. More and more, it's obvious that we're actually more into the 180 space, that that's that field of view, and not really.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. Your film, it was a lot of it was within a certain field of view. Once in a while, there was something a little bit behind. So because otherwise it's just so hard to move, you know, the audience back and forth all the time. So as much as it's beautiful to have the 360, but it's not a very useful place, at least in my experience. Yeah, and then you went through about you should do the test shoots to train your actors about where to not get too close to the camera.
Yeah.
Stitch lines. But then also the thing you as a director, how did you direct the actors? Because obviously even the director's in frame. So did you hide behind a wall and just yell, or how did that work?
That's exactly what we did. Yeah. And, you know, we, as I mentioned, like we did several tests or actually takes, and one of them I would stay there and I would just like kind of have them walk around, and then we will go hide, both the sound artist and myself. So you have to be practical. Like also you have to be there first when the first take is happening, because if you go and yell, you can't even see really as much. You can't direct the actors or the performers from afar. So you have to be there first and show them how things are, or how they need to move space, and then the second take go and run away. One of the issues actually, if you're not doing 3D spatial 360, you can mask things easily, but when you're actually shooting 3D in 3D and you have the depth components, then masking becomes a little bit more challenging because it might not match, and now your audience can't really feel the distance very well.
Sure. And then can you go into, since you do teach at a university, can you go into the actual Adobe tools, especially the workflow? I think maybe there's three things. One, you can do VR in Premiere, you can do VR in After Effects, and then there's all the new Adobe tools for mixed reality even as well. So what are you seeing?
And
how
also Final Cut.
filmmakers get into?
Yeah, Final Cut is doing more and more of the 360, editing. I started using Premiere when VR came along because they were more ahead of the game in terms of how you can the flow of editing. So it's just natural for me now to edit.
But did you use any After Effects in any of your classes, or?
Yeah. Because After Effects is now really great with some of the effects, and it has really stepped up with the things you can do in VR. So that's actually a very exciting area.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who are watching live stream would use that as their first choice right now, because they're already using it for their sci-fi films already. So how would they take a VFX shot that they're making anyway and turn it into VR? Per se in After Effects? Is that easy, or?
I haven't done it, so I don't want to speak.
Either have I. So I'm asking I'm asking for my dog fooding, asking for myself actually.
That would be interesting. Yeah, I haven't done it, so I don't want to get wrong on
But in Premiere, you would. So again, maybe let's go back to Premiere. How would they think about if they had to make a 2-minute short, right? But they know Premiere right now, and they wanted to say they bought a $50 VR camera from Best Buy. How would they make their first 2-minute short using Premiere and the $50 camera from Best Buy?
Right. So so the camera, probably first you need to see how that camera translates into, if they have a plugin for Premiere. If not, they probably come with a software that gives you the video file, and then you take that video file into Premiere just the same way that you're editing your film. And there are some.
So you're talking about the video file, taking the video file, stitching it from the camera software, hardware or something, and then putting it into Premiere. Okay.
Most of the cameras that are now in market, even the more consumer ones, they all have a software that either stitch it and you can use it, or there's a plugin for that. And Insta360 does a really beautiful job with that. So
they already have the app already as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they have the app, and it works beautiful. You can even do color correction in that app and figure out how fix a lot of the issues. So that's a really great app. But otherwise, you just bring your film. You have the VR goggle system where it actually shows you what the viewer will see. So the point of views, and you can pan and tilt and all sorts of stuff. There are a set of filters that Premiere also has now, particularly for VR, which really helps editing and adding, types and titles and stuff much easier, and transitions. And then one of the things that I think is really helpful is to create proxies for your footage, because even a 2K, a 4K, I guess, footage, which is 2000 here, 2000 in the back, it's still a very big file. So using proxies and learning to using proxies is just, probably an afternoon. You just learn how to attach and how to detach. And so what the proxy does is that it actually makes the file, the viewing of the file, it gives you a much lower resolution footage for you to work with. And that's basically what you need to do. Just other than that, it's just your editing and figuring out, a lot of it has to do with the point of views and making sure that things are going to look fine for the viewer. And it's just this continuous head movement. And that's pretty much about it.
Yeah, that's great. So so two things. One is what would you, for your next VR film, if you talk about that, and what new technology or techniques would you experiment with, and finally is now that the tools are out there, why isn't there more VR production? Like back when there's no tools, they do it by, rubber bands. People were super excited and actually making stuff. Now that all the tools are here, it's easy. You can get a $50 camera.
Right.
Not nearly as many submissions as we would expect it even for our film festival.
Right.
So what's happening there? So what are the new tools coming up that you would want to get your hands on, and why aren't there more productions?
So I'm working on a couple of projects now. One is more sound oriented, especially in documentary footage and sound, and it's more interactive, being able to compose with you navigating into the space and being able to compose the music, so that with movement of your hand or focusing on different parts of the space, you would actually have a audio beautiful. That's in collaboration with one of my colleagues, Matthew Bertner. And then we are also doing, I think, documentary space can really use VR, and they're using 360 really beautifully with that. I think there is that level of immersiveness that documentary film can use. So we are also doing another project, a collaborative project with Indigenous communities in Australia for their dance movements, and that we are actually using motion capture as well, so that we capture the performances.
Oh wow! How are you doing the motion capture?
We are doing with the motion capture suits and
Neuton
systems, and we are going to this is in very much in collaboration with the community.
Yeah, definitely interesting to the Miami community. We had a ballet dancers at the Adrian Arts Center here in Miami. Ballet dancers in motion capture suits, and they became giant multi-winged snails on the big stage.
That's
we used the Neuton motion capture suits.
Yeah, there is a lot of space, I think, with like that kind of combining the motion capture there. And as for your second question, I think it's harder to find funding right now for VR, and maybe partly is because of the way it's really hard to show VR. I mean, it's great for films that you can show perhaps on browser, YouTube, Facebook, and Vimeo, but other than that, if you go to even festivals and if they're interactive, you have particular number of people that can only view the film. Setting it up, it takes time. So that the challenges of access, I think, one of the issues, and perhaps that leads into funding. And at the end of the day, if you do all this work, but then you have a much limited audience, perhaps that is making it less and less intriguing.
Great. And Troy, Scott, do you have any questions? I'm looking for that the motion capture video right now.
Thank you so much, guys.
I don't want to take away from your fire, but you really did something really interesting here with this AR, VR. I'm not the specialist. Prav definitely is, and I can tell you when I first watched a piece, I said, "Oh my goodness, look at this." The things moving, and they're moving around, and it's a beautiful piece of art, and how you integrate it with with this virtual reality. I thought it was done very, very nice, and the sound effects, which I may not have gotten all the sound effects with my soundboard, but I did from what I did hear stood out, and I said, wow, that's pretty interesting. I think I used my headset.
Right.
I listened to it. And it's very different. I personally have not seen a combination of those two things. I've seen performances like that before, but not a combination of these two different elements that make it very different and unique. And that's why it stood out. And I said, okay, we're sending this out.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was great meeting you all.
And thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, of course.
Absolutely bizarre period of human history.
It's wonderful what you guys are doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mona. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I look forward to future exchanges.
See you again.
Thank you so much. Bye, Scott. Bye, Fabian.
Bye.
Well, it was pretty neat. I enjoyed that. It was
really cool.
And I'm glad she was able to make the trip. She was out of California, right? California.
Yeah, but she teaches in Virginia, so it was maybe just temporary.
Okay. Awesome stuff. Well, we actually had quite a few entries from Virginia area, which is nice. To get from different perspectives of the country. That's a good thing. Well, where are we with our schedule? The next piece is the. Can I post this? The ballet dancer motion capture.
Yeah. If you can post it on the YouTube, because it won't let me post.
I apologize for that. Here we go. Our next piece, which we have time for, let's start inviting folks in the room for this. One moment. One moment.
Yeah, that made me want to get a VR headset because I don't have one, but I feel like it would be actually feeling like you're sitting in that room experiencing that would add a whole other level to it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, if you can post it on the YouTube.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, because I saw it on Facebook. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It does it to all three of them at the same time.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, there's Joel. Where's Daniel? And where is Marcel? So it's going to be Prav, you, Scott, Marcel, Daniel, and Jamie. So everybody will be coming in, and basically we're looking at about a half hour, and this is the science behind science fiction. Hey, Jamie.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. How are you? I guess I have to put this on silent.
Good to see you. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to mute something or use your plugs.
Is that better?
Earpods. Well, it's for us. It's fine.
Do I have to use earpods? Shit. Let me see. How do I sync these with the computer? Do you know?
How?
Hold on. Apple TV. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Oh, come on. Yeah, this should work. Hold on. Bluetooth on. Let me turn off my phone one and see if this works. I don't know if this is one.
You're hunkered down there in down further south, down in Miami area, right?
Who, me?
Yeah, you, Jamie.
Oh, I'm in North Bay Village. I'm in it's Miami Beach.
Most folks don't know what North Bay Village is.
Oh, so Miami Beach.
North Bay Village is a small series of islands in between the mainland of Miami and South Beach. Well, Miami Beach, Florida. So it's a series of islands. It's a small city by itself, and it's got a very interesting history if you follow the news. And I guess the city council there in North Bay Village.
Why are we not connecting?
Well, we see you. We see you fine.
Yeah, I know, but how's the sound? I mean, you said I need to have my AirPods connected, but they're not connecting.
If you want to get rid of any noise, background noise. Is Marcel joining us, or did he bail?
No, Marcel said he can't join us because he rebuilt his computer and everything is down on the cellar again. So
okay, that's fine. So he's not joining us. Okay, that's okay.
He was very, very sorry, but I'm supposed to tell you all about his view on science and science fiction.
Well, yeah, they're practically roommates. They live in the same building, so the whole building is like quarantine. It's interesting.
You'll get very angry with me right now because I said
that. Hold on a second. Question: ballet? No, you're not in a ballet thing. You're in the science behind science fiction, right? Where's Thomas? Hey, Thomas, you going to join us? Thomas, Seymour, you want to join us in the science behind science fiction?
I think they just got the link, so they might be logging on right now.
We can only take one more person.
No, but you can put me in the back room. I was on the panel yesterday, the same panel.
No, we need all the men here, so you have to stay. I'm the one that's going to take a step back.
Okay. I do not know why these are not connected.
No, you sound fine. We're only concerned with the echo that you were talking about. Echo.
Do you hear it now, or is it gone?
No, you sound fine.
The echo might have been if you have another stream going on. You have to turn off the other streams.
I was listening to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why these aren't working. They're probably. I tried 2 different pairs, so I don't know. Technical difficulties. Does anybody else feel like it's Mercury retrograde yet, or is it just me? No.
I think even if we did, we wouldn't say it out loud on a stream.
Well, I would.
Well, everybody, go. Let's all get started. Like I said, I'm gonna step back. You guys enjoy yourselves, and this is science behind science fiction. The spiel going forward, and you got about 30 minutes. I've got to go do some back office important stuff.
So, Scott, do you want to start?
Just about, we're talking about the science behind science fiction.
Yeah. So, Daniel and Joel were just on half an hour ago. So maybe Scott and Jamie can introduce yourself. We have no one else who's logged on today. I've heard from you today yet.
All right. Hello, I'm Scott Dion Brown. I'm a filmmaker and actor here in Toronto, Canada. And I was in the Miami Sci-Fi Festival a few years ago with my film Kessler Syndrome. It was a science fiction movie about an astronaut navigating a little spaceship through a debris field. And I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I remember buying you a drink at the that upstairs bar a couple years ago.
That's right.
I'm Jamie Lee Smith. I am both a filmmaker, and we also do a lot of larger scale stuff for TV and film. Based in Miami Beach, but on the road quite a bit, so everywhere.
Great. And then Scott, you actually? I remember you have a did you have a technical background? I remember at one point we talked about your parents, what they thought about you going into filmmaking, in that bar conversation.
Oh, no, I mean, on the technical side, I'm pretty much self-taught with everything, actually. I was right out of high school. I mean, growing up, I was always making films with like my parents' video cameras mainly. And then I was planning to go study film in university, but then I only applied to 2 programs and I didn't get in. So I kind of just started doing it on my own.
Okay.
And kind of taught myself things as I go.
Okay. Yeah, we probably just talked about the theory of your film then, which we'll go into now. And then Daniel and Joel, if you could just reintroduce yourself. Some people just logged onto this session. They probably might have missed your previous session.
Okay, I'm Daniel Rabold. I'm a filmmaker from Germany, Düsseldorf. I did a feature film called A Living Dog, which is in the festival this year.
And I'm Joel Gelzo, director of Norman. It's a time travel film. It's my first feature, and it's been going through film festivals since October through pretty much now.
Great. So, usually we do these talks since 2014. We've been doing these sessions. So a lot of times we have 2, and we try to make the 2 different. So the last session we did yesterday was female oriented, and today it's male oriented. But Jamie, it's you bring that perspective. Last year, the dichotomy was we'd had hard science versus soft science for the two panels. So the first question was going to be, is the concept of science behind science fiction is you're creating your story world, and it has to be internally consistent, whatever rules you have for your story world. So let's start with Joel, the time traveler film. Like how did you work that into the typical tropes everyone understands about time travel, but your film itself, you wanted to make it so unique. You didn't want just to be another sci-fi film. But I know one of the things that stood out was you talking about, well, it's just another sci-fi film everyone understands, then everyone's going to watch the high budget one. Why would they watch the indie one, right? So how did you deal with that concept in your unique way?
Yeah, good question. So without kind of spoiling it, we've been asked many times, kind of what kind of time travel do you use? Well, to me, I would say, well, obviously there's no time travel is not a thing. Like it doesn't actually exist. So it's like there's a lot of different theories about it, and which a lot of different movies use different versions of it. So we chose a very specific one, and we kind of stuck to it. But one of the things we try to do in the film is you always have to be aware, like in a film, that people are watching a film, right? So it's not actually a real thing that's happening. You have to just be aware of how much an audience member can understand and follow along, right? So even if something might be logically correct, and I'm not even talking about the time travel, but even story elements or how it pertains to the time machine, even if it's logically correct and it's accurate in between cuts and edits that this is what could have happened and this is when things happen, if the audience doesn't understand it, none of it makes any sense. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're logically correct. So when it came to the time travel, I really tried to make sure that Norman's time travel isn't all about. I never wanted the audience member to think, okay, when is the scene going to come up where he's just going to explain the math and the logistics and how it all works, right? Because if you make a film in that sort of way and then you don't deliver that scene, then it's like you really trick people. So the story of Norman is more of a personal story about a character who has to grow up and has to move on in life. And so I didn't want people to get wrapped up in the really nitty gritties of time travel. It's not like if you guys seen the movie Primer, which is a really, really well constructed time travel film, it's like, to me, it's more of like almost like a found footage type movie. It's more of like it just lets it play and you get to see these two guys develop a real. That one's really about the math and about the physics and about everything of it, and so that's what makes that movie really unique. I wanted to do something a little bit different. Mine is I guess it's like I wanted to do more of a family-friendly Spielbergish version of time travel compared to that one.
So that's a good point. Knowing your audience. So the versus hardcore math people versus the family casual audience. So it's a good point. So we have Thomas. You just joined us. Why don't you introduce yourself? And your.
Hey, I'm Tom Seymour. So I've directed several features, both narrative and documentary. So the film that I have going on in this festival is VHS Massacre 2, which is a follow-up to a film I did in 2016. And it was about the decline of physical media. This new one it's more specifically about genre films, or they used to call them exploitation films. It was a term they used, which means specifically market exploitation. So a lot of people get the wrong idea about what that is. But that being said, a lot of the films that in the film deal with specific genre films, but a lot of horror films bleed into sci-fi quite often. So basically that's what I've done, and as well as several other features. I was a producer on John Krasinski's first film, which was called A New Wave. I directed a horror feature called Mark of the Beast, which had Alan Muth in it from the Dead Like Me Showtime series. So I don't know. I've sort of been around, you know.
Great. So yeah, welcome. And so Jamie, I'm gonna just ask the same question to everyone, then we'll open it up as a forum. So Jamie, if you can answer the same question to how you keep your story worlds internally consistent.
Well-written script usually helps with that. You know, that goes to the point. Know your genre, know who your audience is, really kind of stick to that. We've done stuff that's cross-genre. It's really tough when you do anything like that. So I always say, you know, stick to what your audience knows and what they'll understand. And you really need to know what your audience is and know them very well. You know, if you do have one of these like kind of niche films that, you know, those are a little bit tougher to deal with. So I think the biggest part for me looking at it as the business side is definitely know your film, know your product. And on the geeky side, you know, anything sci-fi, anybody who loves sci-fi is going to understand. So simplistically said.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Scott, can you talk about your film from I think it was last year?
Might have been before, what year?
Well, 2 years ago, yeah.
2018.
Yeah, when you came with Miko, yeah. That's right. The same year as Miko.
Yep. Well, I guess like I love sci-fi, and I like that with sci-fi, the more you sort of research or think about the movie, or more if they might touch on an element in the movie and you can go find out about it, and there's always more and more to find out. But then I also understand that like Jamie was just saying about knowing your audience, like there are some people who are going to just watch the movie as maybe it's just an action movie and they just want to see the story of things that happen. And I find, you know, I feel like a good sci-fi movie will kind of work on all of those levels. Like I think you don't want it to be something where, oh yeah, you'll only like this movie if you're really into whatever this. Like I want anybody could just come in, watch it based on, I don't know, the characters, the story. But then if you happen to be someone who, you know, is really interested in a particular subject or whatever, then there's more for you there. And I try to make it so that there's not, you know, somebody who's maybe thinking about it from the scientific perspective. I don't want them to run up to a point where they'll go, oh, well, that doesn't make any sense. You know, so you almost try to make it work on several levels, I guess. That's what I was going for with my
So Daniel, so where do you draw that line, or you know, or is it just a soft fuzzy line that changes between the, you know, over explaining something and making it too simple so it's not enjoyable for the people who are actually in that field versus someone that knows nothing about it? Like in your session, you're talking about hackers, right? You're just typing random stuff, but it's not really hacking. So where do you draw that line, or is it just as you train your audience throughout, you know, the first act versus second act gets more, you know, easier to explain as you train them about what's happening? So, for example, I mean, so I'm talking about what the last statement Scott just said, right? Is you know, making it enjoyable for the scientist types versus the other people who are just watching it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about making the film interesting for scientists, because I think scientists are fantasy too, and I think for me it's more important to make the story meaningful for the characters, so that the character has an issue and problem, an arc that you can connect with as an audience. I think that's. I'm not interested when I watch sci-fi and watch a lot of sci-fi. I'm not interested in how does a transporter work in Star Trek. Does this beaming thing really work? Was it tachyon beam or whatever? They say these things, and for me, it's the same thing like in Harry Potter when they say I'm doing this and that magical trick, or they use the Force in Star Wars. I think it's more important than that the audience connects with the character. I think when you write a script, you are automatically creating a simulated world that is somehow coherent, or your writing doesn't work, because you have to imagine I'm in that world now and what does it look like, how does it work, but I don't want to explain many things because I'm not interested in explanations when I watch a movie. It's just exposition, right?
You know,
that's about dialogue, and so I did not have this problem. They couldn't explain anything.
So that's a good point, because these panels, it always comes down to, we have to bring up Star Wars and also Star Trek, obviously, right? So in Star Wars, what ruins it for a lot of people, or ruined it for in the remakes or the prequels, was the point. Yeah, for some people it's Jar Jar, right? They can't get over Jar Jar. But for other people, the non-obvious things, when they started trying to explain the concept of Force with the media chlorines, and that just ruined it. It was not metaphysics anymore. It was trying to be something that it kind of took the magic out, the mystery, or so on. So that's the thing about the media chlorines and then Star Trek universe was one scene that seems to come up a lot is when in Star Trek Next Generation, Picard, when he's that one episode where he's talking to his old archaeology professor, and he's trying to explain to Wesley Crusher, like, without art, without science, without culture, none of this. What does this all mean, right? It's just all these transports, ships, science, right? It was all about the art and culture, and from the filmmaker point of view, we have to remember we're storytellers, I guess. So yeah. So Joel, the one of the things that was similar to what you're talking about your session today, and Thomas had a session last night with a Trauma alumni, was the Trauma has consistent science and their own storytelling throughout like the Trauma genre, right? How things plop, how they explode. I'm sure people who are think they can try those stunts themselves, or Trauma stunt, they'll be totally surprised that the physics don't work out. It's only something that happens in Trauma movies. So how does that work out in you had 7 years or a long time to work out the physics or the science of your story world, and now that you have it all laid out, I mean, it's like you have a Bible, or I mean, you're talking about you had screenshot, you had like a long shot list, right, to give to your VFX artists. You had it all in your head, right, how things are supposed to work, how they're supposed to explode and stuff. So how did you keep track of like the physics of your story world to give it to your VFX artists, other artists who are actually trying to make it over 7 years?
I designed a graph showing where everything is going, where every item and where every time he time travels, where is he going, what this is happening here, and then even off-screen stuff. So I designed that really early on, so that when it even came down to like, because there's so many elements and there's so many different people working on it over years, that even like anytime you see on the okay, here's a little challenge on the Annie device. We originally on the user interface on it, we were going to have the time. You'd have like we have a battery indicator, we have time, we have a few other little things, kind of like you'd see on a phone, right? Well, right at the start, I was like, no, this is going to be crazy, because in between a simple cut, it's 12:42. Now it's 12:48. And just I didn't want to have to keep up that level of detail. So I was like, you know what, we're just ditching that. But we did leave the battery power, and so what we did is there's a scene where she charges by the sun, and once she gets charged up, once you see that first time, I wanted to show the audience, oh, that's how she charges, that's how she works. So then the rest of the movie, you don't ever have to think about that again. You know that there's scenes that she's probably charging. So it's like you kind of have to set up a kind of a geography of the film, so that so later on people are not going, oh, how did that happen, or how did she be charging here? Like, oh, well, she charged by the sun, so it just kind of naturally works.
So one of the things you can't in your session with Daniel earlier today, you're talking about, if something appears in a scene, it actually has to have meaning later on. But how does that work out when you're trying to live in a world, right? And the world has to exist. Does the world exist for you only when the camera's on it, or does it actually exist whether you're panning in the scene or not? Or is it contrived even within the world, or is it like basically does the world exist in 1.1 field of view for you in your worlds?
No, I mean, for me, it's always existing. Like I tried to write and figure out things that were happening that you weren't seeing on screen, so that when it came to the small, minute details, we had them correct, or we, so we had a scene where Annie's like trying to figure out radio broadcasts and doing. We looked up actual radio broadcasts, like which ones you might find, the actual ones you'd have. We put that on there. So again, those are like some of the. We had a 3 scale of storytelling, right, in the film. So one was, if you're like a really casual viewer, some people that just really hate sci-fi or whatever, they might catch it. They're not really looking for, they're not looking at the UI details or things like that. They're just not interested in that. So that's like the first level. They might just get the bare minimum of the story, and we're hoping that works. Then you have the second level, the people that really kind of think a little bit deeper on it, are trying to piece it together. They can tell you what happened at the start, what happened at the end. And then you have the people, level 3, the people that, you see making graphs online. They're taking apart Interstellar and stuff like that. We wanted to have those 3 levels in our film. So to do that, we really tried to think through, okay, if he goes here, does his loop work? Is that correct? Did we miss anything? We got to check, because we wanted that to be something worthwhile, because once you start breaking it apart, and it'll be fascinating when the film's out to find out, like, if people find any of these little errors in it, or just anything specific that's like that wasn't told in it. And I mean, we've had enough time that we're like, we're kind of surprised we haven't found anything that you can kind of like, oh, wait a second. We really tried to do our best to catch any loopholes or anything within this universe and how our time travel works. That, at least you'd have to work really, really hard and take a couple extra steps to get there, as opposed to, wait a minute, like right off the bat. So I think that adds to the details. So, I mean, especially for people of this kind of genre that like it, we're hoping that they like the smart sci-fi,
Yeah, definitely. So, Thomas, one of the things that, so if you guys saw Thomas's session last night, we kind of threw a curveball at him. We had a surprise guest for his session, someone from Trauma. And then we have another surprise here. So he mentioned yesterday that he wasn't a fan of Sharknado. So we're going to give him a Sharknado question now. So, okay, I'm not sure you guys know, like we cast Tara Reid in our movie on Netflix and Amazon Prime. So we have a little bit of connection to Sharknado. So Thomas, so you I know you've seen all 6 Sharknados. So
no, I'm not.
You haven't, or you've seen some of them. If you can explain, I mean, obviously, there's a lot, especially Sharknado 5. There's steampunk, there's a lot of technology, and then there's time travel for Joel. So what can you say about the science of Sharknado, or what don't you like about the science of Sharknado?
Wow. Oh man, that is a curveball question.
Yeah, definitely. We got to shake it up, and it's only no one else to worry about this. You're only going to do this to Thomas. Everyone else is safe on this panel.
Well, I suppose there must be historical phenomenon with large storms overseas, where perhaps sea life was deposited on terrain. So maybe that is stretched to this furthest extent in which sharks are actually within a tornado and then deposited over major cities and whatnot. Beyond that,
I mean, your genre films have a lot of that going on. In other things, in your VHS Massacre, a lot of suspend disbelief. But so, what does Sharknado do that went a step too far, in your opinion, as far as suspending disbelief or belief?
The thing I'll say about Sharknado, I guess back to this whole conversation of world building, right? So if you build a specific world and then you stay within those rules, then people tend to sort of buy it, no matter how preposterous it is. So, Sharknado is the world's a little hard to define, right? It's not like your hard science, Christopher Nolan type sci-fi movie. It's not even comic book type reality, and it even pushes slightly beyond the sort of Trauma comic book type gross out to this point of ridiculousness. So I think if I have a problem with those Sharknado movies, I think that is what I was talking about the other day, is that they don't necessarily please the exploitation film fan, because they are sort of Sci-Fi Channel studio made films. So it's a little bit of a softball in that way. And then you have to wonder, do they truly serve the mainstream, because it is so much of a B movie concept, sort of made for cable type of scenario. So my beef is with that. I guess the studio system aping true exploitation films is the thing that weirds me out. But I suppose it's a consistent reality in regard to what they were doing with the sharks and the tornadoes and whatnot.
So that's you come up with a good point. So Daniel, so Thomas was just mentioning hard science and typically people always bring up, right, how things like Star Trek and Dick Tracy informed what was actually going to happen in technology decades later. Perhaps maybe Steve Jobs had that in his mind based upon his childhood, whatever he saw. But in your case, your movies with all the robots, right? It's almost very contemporaneous, right? Robot drones, robot dogs. So how do you see what you're doing in relations to the actual technology that you're immersed in your fields?
Again, the technology that I used for the film, the robots, the drones, it's all based on something that already exists. And I was looking for something that is scary. I don't believe that the robots will take over the world one day. And I think they couldn't do a worse job than humans did so far. So even if it would happen, I think the machines would be smarter than we are. So, but again, I was looking for a journey for a character. This character, our protagonist, is someone who has fear and who has to overcome his fear. And I needed something that scares me and that scares him. And I'm not so much scared of werewolves and vampires, but I think a machine is something very cold. You cannot look inside of it. If a machine decides that you have to die, it will kill you instantly. And you cannot control it. You cannot deal with it, negotiate with it. So that's the reason why I chose robots, not because I think that's a technical development that is coming for us. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe Jamie and Scott, maybe, things are happening right now where we're all on a video, right, and we're stuck at home, or
Yep.
The technology is helping us to keep the film festival, but at the same time, Jamie and Scott, like what's happening recently, with Google, Apple, last couple of days trying to partner and track all of us by our cell phones. You can see if you've come in contact with someone that's had coronavirus, and things are happening in China, where the Chinese government is using drones and AI, to lock down their populace and actually literally bolt their apartment doors shut and things. So what do you see as far as what's happening now and how that's going to inform pandemic films or films that are going to come out, in the next couple of years based on what we're seeing now?
Who wants to go first? Me?
Yeah, you can go. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I do. I know Paul Brett, who was the executive producer on The King's Speech, has recently been working a lot in China and film. And one of the things that they did is partner with a company there that had, prior to all of this, actually tracked consumers so that they could pinpoint, TV series, new films that come out based on what they buy, because everybody does it with their cell phone. So this kind of thing has already been going on before this. I think now that we're having it done in the United States is a little bit creepy, but at the same time, it's like somebody said, Jamie Lee, I think it feels like we just went 10 years ago, and we just went into a silly sci-fi when, because I did a lot of stuff for the Sci-Fi Channel years ago, and it was very cookie cutter. And that's one of the things I feel like is we've just kind of gotten thrown back into, oh shit, this really can happen. So it kind of runs on the line of privacy versus necessity type of thing. They do that in Asia. Like I used to live in Japan. I'm there quite frequently. When you walk up to a vending machine, a lot of it has facial recognition so that they can give you suggestions as to what to drink, things like that. So there's a lot of this that's already around. And I think us as Americans are kind of now just going, okay, now we're being tracked because our cell phone does know everything that we do. I mean, I have late night conversations with Siri because I'm all by myself and I'm going, I have nobody to talk to. So yeah, so that's kind of, I feel like we're in a sci-fi film in these days.
Yeah.
We're definitely in the plot of a future sci-fi film, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, what makes me nervous, I think, is yeah, like you're mentioning about the tracking people's phones to see where they are, and like, yeah, they're doing a good thing and it's helpful to help stop the spread, but then, you know, this pandemic will end, but that technology will still be there and still in place. And yeah, there are plenty possible plots of sci-fi movies because it's kind of a scary thought.
Well, I think like, you know, the danger might be now that we don't go far enough, you know, as filmmakers, right? Where, you know, we see something that maybe we've been in production for a while. Now we have to change the scripts around because our world is totally like vanilla now. We're trying to be edgy perhaps, and it's not edgy anymore because just going outside is more edgy than your film now.
True.
Well, I have a short comment about the drone thing you were talking about in China, which Danny, on our last session, we were talking about you chose robots because you were like drones. Everyone's done drones. Well, what's kind of funny about that was the fact when we filmed ours, I think it was like in 2012. It was like no one had drones. That was like, you know, they weren't around, and now of course people have pocket drones and stuff. And it's like, oh well, that sucks. That's super novel. It's like lame, but
yeah. So how did that work out? How did your story change? Because it took you 7 years. So did you have to modify some of the plots from 2012?
No. I mean, well, the drone that's in it, at least in the trailer, there's like a little like quadcopter, and it's used for basically like positioning. And military still use that. They'll use small things, not necessarily maybe that. We chose one that looked a little bit more industrial or whatever, kind of apocalyptic. But we actually have another scene that's more of a CGI drone. And when I pitched ages ago, and this was kind of freaky because when you were talking about the China drone, I watched the video as well. We were working on it in 2013 at the time, and I was like, what if we have this drone that's kind of like a police thing, and it radios over broadcast, and it just tells people, you know, to get out of this quarantine type zone. And we were like, oh, I don't know about that. And I was like, well, I think it might be kind of cool. And so it was weird seeing like they're actually doing that now. And I was like, okay, that's creepy. But when it came to the quadcopter little mini drone scene, it was just funny because it's such a rudimentary looking quad now drone compared to like people can pick up a $50 one and it looks even better than that. So you know, it's one of those things where it's kind of, it is what it is. And I mean, it works great for what we need it for that, but it's, you know, people, when it's out, people watching in a few years can be like, my grandma has a better drone.
Yeah. So one of the unique perspectives that we haven't heard much in previous panels like this is Daniel's is, you know, talking about, you know, character comes first. You know, we all know that, but we kind of lose sight of that. Like, so Daniel, like, so what would you recommend for us not to forget that rule that we're about your, you know, don't, well, unless the technology is your character, perhaps, like, how do you keep that balance more in the storytelling side as opposed to like just gratuitous, I don't know, perhaps Sharknado type tech or something, less storytelling?
Well, it's not easy. It's I think when you write a script, or for me that applies. Before I started to write, I asked myself, what is the central emotion of the story? I knew it was fear, and I wrote everything else around this core. And of course, you need technology for sci-fi. You need to know how it works, but I think it shouldn't be that obvious. I think you shouldn't get stuck in thinking about, oh, how do I explain this? But because very often explaining is a wrong way for many films. You were talking about midichlorians and Star Wars. I had to think about the newer Alien films by Ridley Scott, who are really much worse I love the original Alien by Ridley Scott. Everything was in fact alien. You didn't know who was this creature sitting in that spaceship. You didn't know where the aliens came from. The universe was so big and the humans felt so small because you did not understand this world. You did not know the history. And now in Prometheus and Alien Covenant, which was really terrible.
But do you think the audience was different back in the late 70s or early 80s versus now, and they expect different type of storytelling?
Sure. I don't believe that anybody wanted the alien, the most horrifying creature in film history, to be the creation of some android, because it got boring. Or the space jockey. It was in the original Alien, this was a being that was part of a machine, and it was so scary and dark, and now it's just a kind of human in a spacesuit. So it got boring because it was explained, and it was explained badly, of course. And I think we don't know everything about our world. When we look outside, we don't understand. I don't understand everything.
Right.
So, I understand some things, but it's a thrilling world. It's always fascinating. It keeps being fascinating because you don't understand everything. You have to know how your world, the rules of your world work, but don't get stuck in it. Keep with your character and his journey.
So one of the great concepts that in VHS Massacre 2 is the concept of, you know, the culture exists and expands because of people who push the boundaries. So Thomas, like, what have you saw as a film historian, you know, following a lot of genres over the years, and how do people maintain that pushing the envelope, keeping the culture moving forward and intact from a science fiction point of view?
Well, I think, I do feel like the real experimentation happens at the edge of acceptability, and so I think because of that, you need a healthy space to create. Honestly, you need a healthy space to offend people. So I think a lot of that is where things happen on the fringes, and then over decades, you know, the sort of public decides what was acceptable and what was not. I guess if you look at some of those films, like Reanimator or you know, From Beyond, you have these films that were pretty controversial at the time and offensive and all these things, but you know, over the decades, those films are now, they're almost considered horror classics rather than trash cinema. So I think, and those have, you know, various sci-fi horror themes. Reanimator specifically, you know, it's about, you know, reanimating dead people. So I think that's the importance of this fringe cinema, is that, you know, there's this assumption on the left that we know what progressive is and we know what's going to translate in the future, but we really don't. So there were directors like John Waters that had a lot of underrepresented people in really sort of trashy carnival type ways that, you know, you fast forward, you know, 20, 30 years, and this stuff, when you look back, it ends up seeing pretty important. So in that regard, I think this type of fringe cinema is just very important.
Yeah, so let me, we have a couple of comments from the audience. Damian Donnelly says 1984 has arrived in 2020. And Marcel Barian writes to Daniel, right, Daniel, agree, letting things in the dark is crucial.
And he did that with The Final Land.
Yeah.
He's the director of The Final Land. You had him yesterday. He did that. He did a great job with that. Because you think about the world as an audience. You still have to think about the world. When you left this theater, you didn't get explained everything.
Yeah, you know, I've been going to a lot of watching a lot of these 80s films in theaters lately. Like there's a lot of independent, like once a month, right, showing like a classic movie. And I don't know what it is. Like my memory of those movies is not like when I see them again from my childhood versus now. I'm like, I can't understand like what I saw them at them earlier on. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like the audience different, or we different, compared to, for example, Teen Wolf, right? I remember Teen Wolf was like amazing, maybe because it was the same time as Back to the Future. So we wanted to like Michael J. Fox, and we kind of like had the same. The character of Michael J. Fox was maybe bigger than the actual character of who's playing. But the fact was, now that I saw it a second time as an adult versus a kid, I honestly didn't enjoy it as much compared to then. At the same time, other movies, like Goonies, right? I don't want to ruin it, right? I'm never going to watch Goonies again. I don't want to ruin my childhood, right? But the thing was, it's like definitely less is more back then, right? They didn't ever. I realized that like the story was just like the original Batman, I think in 92 or something, when they started making the Batman movies again. All they created was the atmosphere, the story world. There was no real plot per se compared to the later Batmans, but maybe that was the magic. Like you created the own story yourself, just like kids in the 80s played with dolls or played with action figures, right? Compared to now, where everything has to be totally spoon-fed to us in video games. You don't make up the story in your head anymore, just action figures. But I don't know. Like I think Thomas could explain that with the whole trauma and licensing and taking a concept and making it into something else. But the concept was more important per se.
Yeah, well, I think to address some of the stuff you were saying earlier, like very few films become sort of classics, if you will. Almost none of them. The films that sort of squeak through and somehow maintain relevance. Like the older I get, the more I realize how rare that is.
But I asked my literature professor once. I have a just personal interest. I did the minor in English literature, even though I'm an engineer and did other degrees, but it's just personal. And my literature professor said, like, I asked her, like, why is this book literature and this book not, right? And the best answer she can give me was, I feel the correct answer is, the characters are alive. You actually believe those are real people, and they stick with you, and they stand the test of time. So, maybe.
So, some films are just riddled with pop references, and a lot of them don't date well. So 20, 30 years from now, you're just like, they didn't pick the right references that translated in the future, right? So some of these films are just almost unwatchable. And then there's other ones that just seem like sort of a time capsule, something like the Goonies or even Teen Wolf is just so locked in the time period that it was made, and it's beautiful in that way. But then there's these timeless films too. In regard to the Toxic Avenger, they're kind of, you could say it's kind of hot again. I mean, because they did have a Saturday morning cartoon series and a Marvel comic, and they had 4 Toxic Avenger movies. So we were talking about brand building last night, and the Toxic Avenger for such a small company has an enormous brand, has a solid brand, and I think that's what's translated over the past 45 years of their existence. And so most people know what the Toxic Avenger is, and they use the Toxie symbol a lot. It's that circular thing with Toxic Avenger's head in the middle. So that kind of stuff is important. Although we sort of had this 80s fever right now, and that's even my documentaries, VHS Massacre and all that stuff. It's the second one's called VHS Massacre 2, TOO, and that is like a reference to Teen Wolf 2, which is a horrible film. But
I didn't know that even existed.
Yeah. It's the star of Jason Bateman. We couldn't get Michael J. Fox, so they did.
So is that one of those like good conspiracies? People are trying to save the world by just like no one acknowledges that the Battlestar Galactica remake from 1980 or something. No one acknowledges that they actually reached Earth in the original series.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not canon according to fandom.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think Teen Wolf 2 is canon per se, and I like that TOO, Teen Wolf also. It's just a funny. That's a whole thing. If you research the history of TOO films, look who's talking to, and they're all pretty horrendous. So it was. I thought it was would be fun to name my movie VHS Massacre 2. TOO.
Yeah, it's funny. So we're gonna wrap up soon. So if you guys in the audience you can write your last questions or comments. But so we'll just go around. I know Jamie has a lot to say about. I'm sure with the brand building and creating a sustainable, memorable, or at least from a studio perspective, like what will actually sell to a mass audience. And Scott as an indie filmmaker as well. And we'll just go around around the room and get your last comments.
Wow, how much time do we have?
We actually, as far as I know, it's Troy and everyone else is working on the judging right now.
Okay.
So I don't think anyone's really waiting on us per se. So.
I was just kidding. I was just, with branding, it's, with major studios, obviously there's a lot that goes into that. Those are things that are done even before pre-production. I find that Baby Yoda is kind of an interesting example of this. And we're all, I have to be careful what I say here. Things like that are very important when you're doing it.
Oh, Troy says we have 30 minutes. So yeah, definitely take your time. If he does have nothing to say, I'll play some videos of past best of panels too, but
anyway, so branding, especially on the indie side, and I know you guys are going to touch on that, but that always, no matter what film you're doing, especially in this type of genre, it's you plan that in the pre-production, you get all that together because it is so important now, especially with the way that marketing goes, having an online audience and just having all that when you start, before you start, can even go into your brand. And then there's like cross branding and things like that. I don't want to get too crazy. I think you guys talked about a little bit last night or a lot, because I remember from last year, I think we talked about it as well. But mostly what I can say is when before you even start, anything with your film, as soon as you have, when you start pre-production, the minute that you have your script and you're ready to go, you start getting, your Twitter handles, your whatever, Instagram, your Facebook, all of those things, and you start branding your film from there on out. Because who knows, if you're lucky and it's good, you're gonna have, more than one. If it's a major studio, that's what they plan in advance, and even when they run out of things, they keep going. You just keep getting these films and you're like, do we go backwards or forward or which way? I'm not going to go into what series that's coming from, but I'm sure you guys can guess. So for me, I think, and this is what I tell everybody is branding is one of the most important things you can do today, because, nothing is going to cinema or let me rephrase that. Nothing is doing well in cinemas that isn't branded. And that's, you'll have an occasional pop-up here or there or something that gets lucky, like Chef did a few years ago. God's Not Dead. You have like those things that pop up that are kind of a phenomenon. But generally speaking, it's got to be a major, it's a brand that comes out that does well in studios or in theaters, I should say. So I would suggest to do that on the indie side as well. You start that in pre-production. The minute that you get everything ready, you start rolling out whatever it is.
Great. Scott?
About branding?
No, just your last comments. Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess it'd bring it back to, I don't know, the science in science fiction.
Yeah, definitely. Got a little bit off topic.
Well, it was still cool. What was I going to say? Oh, well, like when I approach it, for me, like I really love science fiction, but the thing that gets me excited about like the last film I made is it's how I feel the audience will perceive it. It's like I'll have an idea for a scene, but the thing that'll make me smile to myself is I imagine an audience witnessing that scene and how it makes them feel. And if that gets me excited, then I get excited about it. So then if you always kind of approach it from that perspective, you know, being internally consistent is important. I guess in order for it to qualify as science fiction, then it should be internally consistent with like reality. But it's really not any different than making a fantasy film. You know, when you make, you know, Lord of the Rings, for example, that world is internally consistent. And so it's kind of the same thing you're doing with making a science fiction film. It's just you tend to make your world kind of the real world. But I think to make it interesting, it's always back to the same thing. Like we've already been saying, the characters, whether the story is interesting, how people will feel when they watch it. Because people really, they experience the movies not based on the facts they learn from it, but it's from the, you know, how it connects with them in that emotional way, ultimately.
Great. And Joel, your last comments.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I really liked what you just said. But I think when it comes to just trying to create characters and using sci-fi, I think what the audience really likes is, the more I think the more passion you can put into it in detail and stuff. Like I think that definitely really helps a lot when trying to create something, because it's like you don't have to have something that's super expensive. It can be super cheap. Like you can have a super expensive thing and it can be boring, and then a super cheap thing that can be boring. So it doesn't really matter. It's just more of, I think, comes down to like put a lot of time into and thought process into what you're doing. Think about how the audience again is going to perceive it. Yeah, I'm the same with you. Like to me, Norman, the story was locked in for me, and I go, I have to make this. I just really want to make this story. I'm making it for me because I really like. You have to love it. And that's the key thing was not just this time machine, but going, okay, what if we make the story about the guy who literally takes a time machine and uses it to escape family problems? Like that's just different. Okay, what happens? What happens to him? And then all throughout how it's edited and how you pace it and everything, and it's all comes down to, okay, well, what if we put it out of order? And why is that out of order? Because I want people constantly guessing this and then this, and then when it finally was revealed, then it's like, you have the aha moment, and you hope to pull that off. But I think the key thing is, I mean, like in a lot of our scenes for our time machine, like lab in the trailer, it's just plastic sheeting and PVC pipe. It looks pretty awful, but it's like, okay, how can we shoot this to make it work well? But if you can if you can think through the perspective of the audience and like what they're focusing on, and it's funny because, as a director, and I know every little bit of the film, I'm looking at, you can see tape and you can see the glue that's stuck on things, and then one of the festivals it was probably the worst festival I've ever been to, but this was a really unique experience with the audience. They had a tent outside. They were showing it on this projector that they had the brightness or screen levels so absurd that you could barely see it, right? The audio, there was street cleaners coming by behind the tent on the streets. There was cops driving by, like somebody got arrested, like maybe like 500 feet away. So many sounds. There was a restaurant next door that was beeping because of some like barbecue thing going off. Anyways, so here we're sitting there, and there's maybe about 50 people in the audience. And I was looking around, and they're just all glued. And afterwards, I just got to ask. I love asking people questions, like, oh, what'd you think of the end? Just I'm curious, like, did it work, or did they think it different? And nobody noticed the brightness levels, the contrast, the sound was terrible. No one noticed it. I was just like, sweet. I guess we did a good job that the story was engaging enough that no one cared. And so I think, every little element can help, but I think put a lot of thought into it. It really can go the distance compared to people really know quite fast going, oh wow, they didn't care about that. Like you can see it. I think people are smart enough that I think, again, when you show the effort and you put the detail, it usually pays off, and I think it's a good thing.
That's great. And Daniel?
Yeah, I had a very similar experience like Joel did on the festival. It was such a terrible sound system. I was sitting in the theater. I was ashamed of my own movie. Really, I was sitting there with my hands on my face, and after like 30 minutes, I left the theater. waiting in the audience, and I was scared so much because I knew I have to get back in there when the film is over and listen to all the insults of the audience. But none of this happened, and it's you'll never know how people will see your movie. The worst case, they see it on a telephone or whatever, and with some earphones. And if the movie still works, and most people won't notice, they won't say, "Oh, the image had a mistake." I noticed so many mistakes when I watched the film in the theater, but I think it's with every film. It's that way. When you see it again, you will see new mistakes, and you want to get back to it and say, "Oh, I could fix this." But a movie will never be perfect. Even a movie like Interstellar, you were talking about scientific correct films. Even Interstellar has some major coherence and consistency issues. But when I watched it, I didn't care. I didn't care that they on one planet they need a booster rocket to get into space, and on the other planet they just need this thing, and it's just floating into the air. So. But the story was so engaging, and the story, the emotional journey of the father and the daughter and the son was so deep, and I was fascinated by that. I cried at the end of the film. I didn't care whether they needed a booster rocket on one planet and no booster rocket on another planet. So it's great to think about these details. And it's fun to think about these details and to put them in there and to hide them in the film. But the most important thing is your character. What is happening to the protagonist? Which dilemmas does he have to face? And if the audience is emotionally touched by this, I think you already won.
Great. And Thomas?
Well, I think, in regard to science fiction, there's multiple camps, but you brought up like sort of the Star Wars versus Star Trek. And I was thinking about the concept of myth. And so, Star Wars functions rather well as myth. And so when you start trying to push too much hard science into it, it falls apart. But I think that's the same with Alien, and myth allows, I think, for mystery and for you to have mystery within it and not have it labeled as vagueness. So I think it's somewhat in these hard science films, when you start going that deep into details, which I like. I mean, everyone wants to be the cool kid who makes the scientifically accurate sci-fi film. So that stuff's pretty important. But when they miss the mark, it's kind of a big deal. I think of Neil deGrasse Tyson when he watched Gravity, and he said the thing that made him the most mad was this idea of a reluctant astronaut. Like, oh, I don't know, I'm not sure if I want to go to space. He was like, no, that's bad. That's bad sci-fi. Because astronauts are essentially superhuman, and they're, some of them are fearless. But back to the myth thing, I was recalling, I talked to this distributor, and in 2020 he releases new VHS releases, so you can buy brand new movies on VHS, which is interesting. And he said that he liked the low fidelity. And I was talking to Lloyd Kaufman, and he's like, I don't understand it. I understand liking vinyl because there is a warmth to it, and it's a high quality information. But he's like, I don't understand the VHS aesthetic. But I was thinking about it, and I think it's a lot like Impressionism. So a film like The Exorcist, when there's a lack of contrast and a lack of information, it adds to the horror. It's scarier. There's less information. And when that is remastered in high fidelity in 4K, although it's still terrifying, the lack of information can cause some good fear. And so I think that's a lot of those old exploitation films like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Joe Bob Briggs would always talk about how it looked like some maniac made it. It actually looked like a snuff film or something, and how that had its own myth and fear kind of baked into the aesthetic. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's a great panel, guys. Yeah, a lot of great information. The audience really liked it. And if you guys want to stay, I'm gonna. Troy just sent us a anime. I'm gonna play right now. It's only a minute and a half long. Maybe we can all comment together as a group here. I'm gonna share my screen. Then Troy's gonna have to okay the sharing of the screen right now. He's the admin.
Did any of you guys get to do any test screenings before your film was done?
For this SteamYard app?
Oh no, I mean just in general, like the filmmakers here, just for anybody creating films that got to do any test screenings early.
Well, I did it. Well, actually, the most important one for me was after when I first finished my edit. I screened it for like just my family and a few friends, and just that one screening, I ended up editing like 3 minutes out of the movie because I could see right away that like some things just didn't work. So that was really helpful for me. I guess that was, I don't know if that counts as a test screening, but it was for people I knew anyways. Just seeing their reactions.
No, yeah, I was able to do two. I asked a friend of mine to just get random people, and we had sound missing in about 4 sections of the movie. And it's so fascinating, when you see that process, because obviously those elements, we got feedback. Why is this part's really boring and slow and everything? And when we got it all finished, the same people came to the showing, and they watched the final one with the surround, everything working, and you hear stuff. The simple act of having a sound missing off screen of someone, let's say, opening a door, and then all of a sudden a person appears, but you don't have that door sound, it immediately looks not just slightly bad, but terrible. And we've had like unanimous people were like, "These scenes are horrible." And then when they saw the final, they were like, "That was my favorite scene in the whole movie." And it was just surprising, almost kind of shocking. Like, wow, it helps so much. Those little tiny details can not just change your film just a tiny bit, but completely. Like that's the amount of detail and polish you put into your film doesn't make a small difference, but can make a massive difference, especially when it comes to audio.
So speaking of audio, let's watch this minute and a half long music video that's was submitted to the festival. We all can enjoy it for a minute and a half and comment on it after it's done.
Cool.
Raio no espaço, esparso de luz. Sol que cai num vento azul. Chuva de vidro que corta o céu. A aurora desmaia sem mais inspirar. Estrelas que fogem e nuvens que vêm. Rosa de raios, de brilhos e sons. Tempestade que chega pra limpar, que grita no vento, que explode o vazio. Tempestade que chega pra acabar, que arranha na alma, que puxa pra afogar.
That's if you guys seen a lot of these commercials advertising like VR headsets for Oculus or TV commercials or Magic Leap or anything like that, right? They always have this type of like a lot of cool little VFX like this too. This could have been a TV commercial for those type of things. But yeah, pretty good music video there.
Costumes were cool.
Yeah, let's see. I wonder if this was a
Did you post the link somewhere?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it right now in the chat, in the private chat. But like, it seemed like it was almost like a part of something else, though, in a way.
Yeah, I kind of thought it almost looked like it was the beginning of a TV show. Like that was the beginning of the.
Oh, yeah. Troy says it's a web series, but I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, he already put it in the private chat, so I'm sure he'll put it in the live comments too later on. Cool. Yeah, it seemed like that'd be it's some really cool high school kids in Spain. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cooler high school than I went to.
Like elves with cool glasses and stuff.
Yeah, it's like our first VR film. We did a zombie VR film, but we cast everyone from the Renaissance Fair here in South Florida, and they, the difference between bringing elf ears, latex versus zombie gash is still latex.
Yeah.
So they were pretty stoked.
Cool.
Oh, this is Troy. Oh yeah, Troy is going to play one right now. Okay. To make sure your sound is working though. This is like that old was that old TV show where it's like people commenting on other shows, but and there was like stick figure robots. They were the commentators of what's on TV right now.
I'll be right back. Hang on a second.
All right.
Sorry.
Troy, I think what it is when you share your application screen, you also have to hit the checkbox to share sound as well. There's a separate checkbox when you share your screen. You might have to unshare to get that screen back. So we saw your screen, but no audio.
I'll catch you anyway. I'll catch you in a window. I'll catch you in the. I'll catch you in the rainbow. I'll catch you when the day turns to night. I'll catch you when the love turns to fight. I'll catch you in the moment of flight. I'll catch you when the time might be right. I'll touch you anyway. I'll touch you where the wind blows. I'll touch you in the. I'll touch you where the heart closed. I'll move you till you won't want a window. I'll dance you till you don't dream of doors. I'll sleep with you. I am ready. I have to wait for you. I am ready. I have to fight for you. I know. I have to bleed for you. I know I am ready. I don't know who you are. you in tears. I'll search for you in shadows. I'll search for you in. I'll search for you and let go. I look for you in sorrow and grief. I look for you in joy and relief. I look for you with all that I have. I look for you with all that I lack. I call for you underwater. I call for you in helicopters. Don't you hear me? Oh, you will hear me. I'll wait for you in forests deep. I'll wait for you at bottoms of rivers. Don't you see me? Oh, you will see me. I am ready. I have to wait for you. I am ready. I have to fight for you. I know. I have to bleed for you. I know I am ready. I don't know who you are.
You know, I think there was one sci-fi-ish scene in that video.
Yeah, the horse is like sci-fi, like
With-
space armor.
There was a
Yeah.
lot of beautiful horses.
Yeah, definitely. Like that one space armor scene reminded me. You guys remember Battlestar Galactica, the movie, the original from the 1970s? Remember the opening scene where they're in the desert? It looked like almost like a Nevada type scene. But it looked like those those transport vehicles in the middle of the desert. They had the same dark look with those LED lights on the top of the turrets.
I never saw it. That sounds
Really?
cool.
Wait,
No, I
who
didn't
didn't?
see it.
Okay.
Me.
I see. Yeah.
Pretty and black. Pretty and soft. Pretty and black.
Black like love, you got me not knowing how to act right, love. Like liquor in your system when you at nightclubs. I get up in your system, make you act right, love. Like easily ignition, turn me on. Might bubble to the break of dawn. I'm toasting champagne glasses till the cake is gone. We making moves like a rocket ship or a crescendo or a thong. Now guess who's coming to dinner?
Walk me out of blindness, lift me. Out of sadness, save me. From my damnness, please, Lord.
Like champagne, like bubbles, we will rise higher and higher. We'll fly over and under between layers, paradise. Green trees, love seas, black keys, far and wide. Like the breeze, I keep floating on in a straight line. More to come as we run towards the sun, always rising. La da 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 da. Without struggle, there is no progress. La da 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 da. Without struggle, there is no progress. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like it seemed like the creator was changing styles several times. That part of it seemed like the original Super Friends cartoon in like 1970s, and other parts were different, maybe different animators.
Reminded me a little bit of the Samurai Jack show, the art style a little bit.
Yeah, last year for the Afrofuturism track, there were a lot of anime, actually from the Caribbean, actually. So I wonder if it's some of the same filmmakers submitted it again. It would be easier to tell if it was actually like voices. You can tell with the Caribbean lilt where it was come from.
In time, days will dissolve and fall out into nothing. And you'll find waves of imploding, all heartache and mind fight. And I know, I should be grateful. Still, I find I long for what I can't have anymore. Why did that love through the sea? Will we return to join the light? Fire of the sun through the sea, high above. Should you find that you can only awaken through closed eyes, gaze out, observe the waves of stars falling when you rise. And I know, I should be grateful. Still, I find that I fall by the wayside. But you do not seem so far away. Where did the love go through the sea? Will we return to join the light? Fire of the sun through the rapture high above the clouds.
When you return to the elements, you find that the earth moves beneath you. And you feel you're surrounded by stars, wide and deep and distant. You will find that as with love, the universe is infinite.
You know, it's interesting. It seems like the last few videos, they've kind of like built up to the sci-fi-ish type aspect towards the end. At the beginning, you just seem like a regular videos.
Yeah, it's almost like the twist type thing. But the world is bigger than you think. I actually have to leave though. But thank you guys for having me.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
So I wonder how you define a sci-fi music video versus, you know, a lot of regular music videos already have a lot of like interesting elements already. I wonder what makes a sci-fi music video.
I think those lines are really interesting. You know, it's kind of, there's not a definitive line because I've noticed I also have a festival and we get a lot of stuff in experimental that I kind of find more sci-fi. It's really interesting. I don't know. I think people just, again, I think that goes with like knowing your product. But I think there's certain elements that I always come across if it's sci-fi. You know, different worlds, parallel worlds, different universes. I don't know. I would like to know what Daniel was playing with for a while. Is that an animal?
I see so much sci-fi. I have to play with my sci-fi toys.
I saw that. I'm like, what is going on? That's awesome.
What's that blue toy you had there?
That's a Dalek from Doctor Who.
Oh yeah.
The stuffed Dalek for at night.
Yeah, it's soft.
Can whisper "exterminate" in your ear.
I guess it's, yeah, you're conquering your fears, that immersion, right? You know,
Yeah.
they kill a robot.
And I have a TIE fighter to defeat it.
They were going at it. I was like,
You know, it's interesting. During your talk, you're talking about how you're afraid, so you became a filmmaker to defeat your fears. Like, you know, like it seems like it's a typical story about, you know, psychologists, right? They become psychiatrists because they are depressed growing up. They're curing themselves, you know, maybe subconsciously, but yeah, you're, but you're more self-aware about that than perhaps some of those are.
Yeah, you know, I think films or stories that you tell should be about something that you know something about, and stories that matter. And I think you should always write about things that you are personally interested in, and hope that somebody else will be interested in that too. But you can make it a sci-fi. You can use science fiction as a tool to express yourself, and I think you have more freedom in sci-fi than in any other genre. Even in fantasy, I think the fantasy rules are much stricter than sci-fi.
oh, I agree. You can make your own universe, your own world. You go into whatever you want to be into.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I'm just reading a comic book by Möbius and Jodorowsky, The Intl. I don't know how it's pronounced in English. It's classic comic. I'm reading it for the fourth time, I think, and it's totally inconsistent storytelling, but it's great. It's awesome. It's amazing. It keeps you on the edge. You're always, all the time, you're interested in what is happening, and they just told the story the way they wanted to. It's total freedom.
So Daniel, so in your background, you got a lot of curious objects. Maybe if you give us a little tour of your creative studio there. Seems like you got other little tidbits. Like
Actually,
Troy messaged me saying we got just 10 minutes left.
Oh yeah, we're full of time. Okay. Actually, that's my living room.
Unless you want to watch more videos, music videos.
I'm not allowed to show you everything, but maybe you see there are a lot of films. The other wall is completely full of films.
All those DVDs.
So,
where are you actually right now, physically right now?
Where I am?
Yeah, which city or
in Düsseldorf, in Germany.
Oh, okay.
And I'm a big fan of physical media.
Yeah. Is there a lockdown there? Do you have to stay indoors like we do here in South Florida?
Yeah. We are not really on a lockdown, so we are allowed to go out, but only 2 persons at once, and only the person you are living with, or if you're living with three children, you're allowed to. But it's pretty quiet out there. So actually, I started a sci-fi web series because of the lockdown. An animated
using your toys.
Yeah, it's an animated one.
Mean, all your props. The only props you're going to have is what's in that room, probably. Right?
Yeah. I can use it as inspiration. Everybody needs a Millennium Falcon in their home, I think.
Yeah, actually, one of Thomas's talk last night with our surprise guest speaker from ex-Trauma guy, they're talking about how everything is democratized now because all the big talk shows late night, they're all going lo-fi, so they have the same technology. They're all using Zoom, so there's no it's a level playing field. Basically, this is a time for people can make a name for themselves without having a big budget because everyone has the exact same technology now.
Yeah.
And people have lower expectations that lo-fi is in now.
We're moving backwards.
Yeah, but the counterpoint I made is like, maybe we don't want to be pigeonholed into that where, if you look at like last night they had Saturday Night Live, the first ever stay-at-home Saturday Night Live with just all Zoom type Saturday Night Live. But then you see like Lily Singh, right? She has the newest late night talk show in the United States, but she's literally came as a YouTuber and got her own regular show, and she's the only one that I've noticed that isn't doing an at-home show. Everyone else is, so maybe she's afraid of being pigeonholed, going back to her homeland, and she doesn't want to be kicked out, going back to YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Damien has a comment. Damien Donnelly says, Mad Max Standy. I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, so
Sounds like
I think it's referring to the poster in the background.
Oh yeah, that's so. Damien would definitely be the guy that would be catching all the little Easter eggs.
Yeah.
We're making Easter eggs for him. Good eye, Damien.
Also, the Back to the Future car.
So the Back to the Future, we had a screening of Back to the Future 2 here in Fort Lauderdale, and there's a rental. Someone drives it here as a rental, and they even has a flux capacitor inside and stuff. So I'm wondering like where if the DeLorean itself is. I should have taken a closer look whether it was a flying version or the non-flying version. It's a nighttime.
This one is the flying version. It has the wheels showing downwards.
Oh.
Yeah, so I can chase the Millennium Falcon with my.
Oh, that could be a James Bond, one of those James Bond underwater cars too, right? They kind of look similar.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, somehow.
I want to be like locked down in your place. You've got all kinds of
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking it's going to be hard to go back to. Right now, it's like perfect because there's no fear of missing out, right? No one can leave. You're not missing out any parties or any other thing. But it's going to be tough to go back to regular life. I'm getting used to this now, actually.
Me too. We had most of our work canceled for the rest of the year because we had like 6 production people on sick at the end of the end of February. I'm sorry. And I live on an island, so when I look outside, like I can see down in the water right now, and there's people, you know, on their kayaks and their paddle boards. There's dolphins playing. It's just like I don't know where I'm at. But you know, I go out every day for a run, and I'm out for like 2.5 hours because it's a little island. So as long as I go in the heat, nobody else is there. I'm sweating, but you know, it's like getting out, getting some fresh air. But people are in the water everywhere here. It's surreal.
You said North Bay Village?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little island off of Miami Beach. So
Yeah, let me play a little video we shot probably on your island actually.
Oh really? We have
yeah,
lots of drones here. They fly past my window every day. I get a little frustrated.
Yeah, it's because last year we did with a 3-day AR VR track. We had Magic Leap, and then at the same time they had a grant program for Magic Leap. So one of the we did several grant applications. One with a Jeremy Piven for a Ghost Hunter type game, and we shot a VR short as well. But then other thing was the thing we shot in your island was a social impact thing with Magic Leap and augmented reality.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, let me show you the video. Maybe you can recognize your house.
I'm in a condo, so but yeah, easy to find.
All right, let me try to share. I'm going to share my screen. So it's one of the interesting things is, you know, being a filmmaker like we are, and Jamie understands this as also in the business world too, where so much of what we're doing is like basically pitching and presenting. And I think the storytelling, like Steve Jobs knows, is creating that vision before a product exists. So this is what we're doing here, is creating the vision about how we create an augmented reality experience to explain sea level rise, but we did it as storytellers. So here, I'm gonna play it.
Is this gonna scare me because this is in my village and I might be underwater soon?
Yeah, it's basically what we're doing by using technology to.
Yeah.
So this case here, we're saying the whole population of Miami is gonna move to North Dakota.
Everybody understands economics. Economics is huge in all the cities, as most of the tax money coming in from most major municipalities is coming in from real estate. So if we pitch it as economics, you'll be able to see through the Magic Leap app that we're going to be creating, where in 20 years from now, the sea level rise could be down there. It could be up here. It could be up here. It depends on where you're getting your data. That's why this is a really important project for Magic Leap, and it's something that we are facing every single day, and creators all around the world can get involved. We can have pitch competitions at universities, at the municipal level, and even startup centers. Get on board, guys. We're looking forward to working with you.
So actually, I played it in the wrong order. Let me actually show you what the actual filmmaking side is right here. We shot a VR video, and what we did is we dressed up our friends in suits, and we said this is in the near future, well, year 2030, where half of Miami's underwater, and you have to basically paddleboard to work because there's no streets left in Miami. And then, you know, we should have done something about this, you know, years ago. We're talking about the present being 2030, and we should have done something about this in, you know, in 2019, basically. So basically, it's, you know, this is the rabbit hole video, basically the opening video, to set the story world and what year it is. But I'll tell you an interesting thing.
How do you guys get to work? Do you ever miss the days when everybody had cars and everything was just...
So this is in Hollywood.
...normal like it used to be? Miss those days. I wonder if there's anything we could do to get back to that, to change it, to make everything normal again. Hey, Prav!
So I'm flipping around in VR right now using the mouse.
Man? Traffic wasn't so bad today. You know, it's a lot easier without all the silly roads. How's work going?
We have a meeting.
All right, so setting the scene, right? So we're building we're building the world. So so basically, like, this was in the Singularity Global Impact Challenge. So yeah, So we're gonna show the Yoda video in a second, but let me show you the second video we showed to all the Google judges and everyone else too. So that's VR. This is AR now. So you saw that he had just paddleboarded in the year 2030, right, to the Office of the Future. So we're kind of like building upon each thing. Everything's going one up. The technology is storytelling. So now it's an AR. You can put this in a headset as well. So the future is kind of a surprise, right? What does the future office look like when we're all underwater? This is me, right? This is how you work in the future. And literally we're on stage. We're on stage and we're actually dressed like this too. The exact same outfits too. I even had the same color shirt. So it seemed like, magically we just appeared from the video on stage in these outfits and the paddle boards with us. So yeah, anyways,
that's neat. It looks good.
Yeah. So the interesting side story about that is this was right around Irma. So we pitched this right, like literally 2 weeks before Irma. And we had a lot of like our artists from our film production, video game production companies who rendered Brickle with that river of water. But literally we're just trying to render it as interesting little thing, for year 2030. But literally 2 weeks later, Irma struck and it literally was a river of water. So we had to have the YouTube timestamp to prove that we weren't just copying something we saw on the news. We actually thought about that. We were just 17 years early. Yeah. So
cool. I remember. Yeah, I remember that. I have videos from that. It's crazy.
Yeah. So Troy asked me to show you the. We had 2 years ago. We had a special visit from a Yoda. So let me show you guys that. Literally, we hosted Yoda here. I gotta start creating more playlists, make it easier to find. Here it is. Okay. So we had the lead VFX artist for Star Wars: The Last Jedi as our the same year that Scott, who was on this panel, the science fiction panel, was on. We also had Miko, who's the lead VFX artist for Last Jedi. And since Miko came at the same time, it was just a coincidence, we actually had to represent the Dalai Lama, actually near downtown Miami, in Miami Beach, one of those islands as well, doing a private retreat, a dream retreat. And this Lama, who actually lives in South Korea, like literally worked with the Lama on the left, who was the basis of Yoda. So the Llama, we did. I'll let you watch the video what we did, but you saw what we do with Thomas, right? We like to ambush our guests, or at least our fun guests. So we ambushed Miko on stage, with Yoda. Let me show you what happened. It was pretty funny. This is the Llama from South Korea. This is in Miami Beach. So he's basically signing over a book on behalf of the Dalai Lama to.
Oh yeah, he knows about this. What's this? So Miko. So as you guys know, Yoda is based on the Dalai Lama, or a specific Lama, and there's a representative of the Dalai Lama in Miami right now, and I just came from him, and he dedicated a book, and he blessed the beach to Yoda, and it's going to Nico as a special surprise gift. And we have videos of him signing it to Yoda and to Nico just now, literally 20 minutes ago, Miami Beach. So here we go.
To Yoda, wish joy and laughter. Now. Thank you
January
so much.
2018. So it's come full circle. Yep.
Never got so much attention. Thank you. Thank you, and I sci-fi.
There you go. There you go. That's the theme. The theme is convergence. Everything comes around. I knew there was a reason why we chose that name. That's awesome. That's wonderful, guys.
I remember that. I was there for that.
Yeah, I don't think you saw this part though, where we explain the science behind lightsabers from the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
So this is in the actual this is in Miami Beach, but there's a special Tibetan Buddhist monastery on an island that was basically a donated mansion. Someone donated for this purpose. So people like stay there all weekend.
My name is Glenn Mullen, and some people call me Lama Glenn because I trained in the Tibetan tradition for about 20 years and now write a lot of books translated from Tibetan and write commentaries to Tibetan practice. I had the great honor of working with Gyuto when they came to North America for the first tour, the so-called Upper Tantric College, and also Gyume, the Lower Tantric College. And when they toured and later brought over the Loseling and other monasteries to do sacred music, sacred dance, and particularly multiphonic singing, which Mickey Hart of the Grateful Dead was very keen to bring them out to the West Coast, as was Houston Smith. And actually, Houston wrote a foreword to one of my books around that time, Living in the Face of Death. Very wonderful, wonderful man. Actually, he made the first recording of Tibetan multiphonic singing. The first tour that I helped a little bit with the East Coast side of it. When they were out on the West Coast, they stayed on the Lucas farm. Tibetans were very delighted with, especially with the second of the Star Wars films. I think it was called something like The Return of the Jedi or something like that. I don't remember. It's quite a few years ago, because the little mountain fellows kidnapped or captured a couple of the bots, spoke partly Tibetan, partly Nepali, partly Mongolian. The filmmakers at that time recorded those three languages and sort of did a computer blend of those three languages. I saw that film out in London, and I was with a young Tibetan kid, and he was extremely enthusiastic. And he looked at me and says, "Lama Glenn, we're speaking Tibetan. The little bears, they're speaking Tibetan." That was a very beautiful sort of side. Myself, when I travel and teach, I often mention the lightsaber used by in those early films, which were very dramatic. And I think, they were very dramatic at that time because the special effects were a little bit advanced for their period in filmmaking. So they were very, very dramatic. And when we do tantric yoga, we draw the male energies and the female energies of the body, the white and red drops, as they're called, to the heart, and build a house at the heart. And then the soul or the spirit sort of sits between these two. The mind sits between these two, sort of as a little blue bar, sort of a flashing blue bar. And when I saw that film, I thought, my goodness, those lightsabers, they're like the primordial original mind, timeless mind that sits at the center of the male and female drops at the heart. So the so-called indestructible drop at the heart. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I like how he ends it. So Daniel, this is what you can expect, Daniel, if you come visit us in Miami. We're gonna sandbag you with something fun. So yeah, Jeff Sass, who was our surprise guest last night for Thomas. This is the first time he and I met, right? And so Jeff, worked at Troma for many years, and then he's a startup guy now here in Miami, and he sponsored a startup contest and also as a judge for it. So I met him, and he didn't know anything about me, right? So I just asked him to be in our hackathon promo video. So we're trying to like do augmented reality with this helmet, and so I just told him, yeah, just do this green screen video for me too. I didn't know he was a filmmaker or anything like that too. I was totally blown away by what he did. He just improv this whole thing. This is just for a hackathon, right? To make an app, but this is the thing he did for us.
Do you like football? Then you're gonna love this helmet. This is an official Miami Dolphins football helmet. In fact, this is Dan Marino's helmet. Now, that was a little bit surprising to me because I've seen Dan Marino play on TV and I thought he was a lot bigger. But this is his helmet. This little thing fits on his big head. So maybe it's not that big. You see those guys playing football, they look like they're big guys, but it is television. You never know what's real. They could be in front of a green screen or something. So maybe they're not that big, those football players, because this is his helmet. And as you can see, it fits in the palm of my hand. And you can have this helmet in the palm of your hand too. Order now.
Yeah, so that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Later on we both found out we were both vegan, and it's pretty good. So there was a couple of videos that we put in the chat for the audience, but you guys didn't see them, so I'll just show it to you now. One of the videos was the ballet dancers, so we turned into giant snails.
Oh.
So let me pull that up, and we filmed that in VR. Here it is, yeah.
A minute or so, so it resets into its point of origin. But that is a trade-off.
So this, I'm gonna turn the volume down. The volume's not as important. So what he's wearing right now is the actual motion capture suit.
Mm-hmm.
It's let me just pause it real quick. So basically, several sensors you see on his knee and on his foot. There's some on his arm. So it's giving you the articulation. So you don't need a full, really expensive motion capture suite, $100,000 all the cameras, right? This is less, I forgot the price, but they're always coming down. It's very affordable, like $1,000 or something. So basically, this is just the workshop. So this is in the chat, so everyone can watch this. But we use Unreal Engine plugin, so there's no programming required. It's just node based with nodes. You just like Nuke, right? Filmmakers are used to. You just drag and drop different boxes to program the device. And we show in this workshop basically how we took these ballet dancers and turned them into giant snails. Turn the sound back on.
So this fell on my lap accidentally through a friend who happens to be Russian.
Yeah, so it's called Sleeping Beauty Dreams at the Adrian Arch Center. So they showed this in Miami and also in New York, but the company that makes these motion capture suits, they actually have a location in Wynwood. So they're a good resource for the filmmaking tech community down here. So basically what we did was every time there was an articulation of the arms, using the creative filmmaking aspect, rather than just having one arm, we basically gave the snail multiple wings. But to make it realistic, like we do as storytellers, is we created a offset. So the 5 wings weren't all going at the same rate, same time. They actually looked organic, like the wings were actually flapping on these ballet dancers. And as they twirled, there was some simulated wind, that from, twirling fast, twirling slow. So the things we learned as, filmmakers versus game developers versus VR, everything, the intersection makes something really unique. And then obviously with the ballet dancers, that was a new skill set. The ballet dancers aren't actors. You can't direct them the same way. So, so Daniel, so Daniel, let me show you how the thing we're talking about, the scavenger hunt, and what you're going to learn from us, or be scared further, or about your things that could happen to you with the dog. Yeah, here. So this is one of our dogs. This is Astro. So this dog actually literally taught himself how to walk.
I'm William Hahn, and we're in the Machine Perception and Cognitive Robotics Laboratory.
This isn't Boca
Raton.
Raton.
Brains and GPU hardware, edge devices like this, or the RC car hat we have here, or even Astro, our robotic dog.
So even that blink rate, right, had to make it very realistic. So, and then this is what we're doing for the scavenger hunt. We're putting that Magic Leap headset on him. So he's literally he chases around virtual bones that exist on blockchain. And he gets like a Scooby snack.
Astro, stand up. Good boy, Astro.
So Art was at the film festival last year, and Pedro
they
as well.
had their stuff, right? They had all their.
Pedro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were both at the film festival last year.
Yeah. I want an Astro.
Yeah.
That's a perfect dog.
Yeah, definitely. So this one is our thing with Dwayne Wade and Haslam. So so Dwayne Wade, we showed him augmented reality in Wynwood. So we did a 3D scan of his sneakers, and we turned him into a cryptocurrency, a token, tokenizing his sneakers. So I know last night we had a movie with a lot of sneakers as a motive, so it's sort of like good to show them. So Dwayne Wade's pretty blown away right now. He's never seen AR before. Yeah, if you notice, last year's festival, we have the Star Trek, all these things, and they're all on. All right, I'm gonna stop. So I think we're ready for the awards ceremony right now. Let me stop sharing. It's good little song and dance to take half an hour.
It's great.
Time flies.
Isn't it interesting to watch people who've never seen stuff like that, like AR, VR, or blockchain all combined, the technologies combined? I always find it super interesting to see people.
Yeah, that's an opportunity though for, like, Daniel knows this, right? Where it's the intersection of these little. It's not just intersection technology, the intersection of art, creativity. Is where we get innovation. Where so much of what Steve Jobs did was Steve Jobs is an engineer. He only went to school and he studied like typography of all things, right? But giving something that's common for a filmmaker is magic to an engineer, and vice versa, or a game designer or artist. So that intersection. So there's almost 8 billion people in the world, right? The chances of any of us being the best at anything are minuscule.
Yeah.
And but for the intersection of several different things that we have a little bit of competency in, then our set of competitors are more like peers, or probably only 100 people perhaps, and we can all be friends, not all compete. And it's also good, being the first, right?
Right.
No one tell you you're doing it wrong. No one that's like talking, patronizing. There's no studio system to telling you that you're not part of the in crowd. So it's almost like, when they say the business risk is not taking one, definitely. Like we see this over and over in any new field where the first people who did it could do something on a zero budget in a weekend with two friends, and a year later it takes $100,000 and a lot of time, because people expectations, nothing's magic anymore. People have seen it, and now it's got to be good. It's a lot harder to make something good than just to make something.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, and definitely if you guys were at the last panel we just did right before this with the professor, the VR professor,
Yeah.
one of the things came up, but we have so many tools now, makes it so easy when no one's making VR anymore. While a few years ago the tools weren't there, it was really tough, and VR is magic, and it's like waiting stuff is no risk, it's easy, it's too late then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Troy, we're gonna hand it off.
One second.
I had to think about the thing you mentioned earlier about Neil deGrasse Tyson and gravity. Know what I mean? You said we're making art. Nobody's complaining that the staircases of Escher are not realistic, right? I think it's a very strange way of watching a movie. I think I don't think I would be interested in Gravity if Roland would have been as cool as George Clooney, because that's not what the story is about. The story is about overcoming a dangerous situation, and you want to connect with that protagonist. It's not about would that happen in space. Who cares? Could be in a volcano.
Yeah, and how would anyone even know, whether that's accurate or not, right? I mean, no one's been to space. It's not like scuba diving. Yeah, people have been scuba diving, but literally, who's to say that's real or what's not, right? It's like
somebody made that joke about if Neil deGrasse Tyson would watch Toy Story, he would say, "Toys don't do this." But that's not the point, right?
Yeah, and who says?
That's not why we watch movies or listen to stories or read books.
I think Gravity was different though, because they kind of made it come out. That they're insinuating, or actually more almost explicitly, that it is accurate. So maybe perhaps that was a different case where Esh, something else where it's obviously fiction.
Yeah, sure, but I think you can always do that as a filmmaker. The Coen brothers did it with Fargo. They said this is a true story, but it's a lie. It's not a true story, but it's not important.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. If you guys promise you're not gonna repeat this, but we used to have a book club here, and we read Life of Pi before it was a movie, and literally. I thought it was so amazing. I couldn't believe it. It was, it was like, oh my God, how did this person survive all those days with a tiger, right? I literally thought it was a true story, because the book is written like it's a historical account of something that actually happened. And and when I read the Wikipedia page, I didn't even mean to. I was Googling something and it happened to come up, and I clicked on it. And that was the worst, when I realized that it was just all made up. I just so basically now that was a lesson, because I know I'm never gonna. I purposely always avoid the Goonies, right? I don't want to ruin my idea of what I believe. I want to rather be happy than accurate.
I think it's about the emotions that you had while you were reading it or while you were watching a film, and these emotions.
Life of Pi. Literally, Life of Pi was so enjoyable because I thought it was actually a true story. I mean, in the book, when I was reading it.
A lot of folks are waiting on us here. I really thank everybody for holding the fort, because it took a while to get all of the information in. People are scattered all over the place, so things are, kind of logistically challenging. Time zones as well. involved. So it's just a matter of getting everything in. We have a lot here, so do know that it's going to probably take us somewhere about a half hour to go through everything. Okay. And it's not in any major order. So with all, let's see, man, using this machine. Where in the world is my? We'll do it right. Here we go, folks. Did you hear that? Or you didn't?
Yeah.
You did?
We heard it. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Here we are at the Miami International Science Fiction Film Festival, and we're at the award ceremony. And we got a lot here. This was a very, very interesting festival. Every year, there's a spin, and we're all caught by surprise. And we have a few surprises, and it's surprises for us. For you guys, you know you'll win. You know you'll win. Okay, so people are winning, and but we're surprised with a lot of things because of what's come in. We're surprised with who votes. We're surprised with who votes for what. And here, going forward. And once again, it's not in any major order. So if your name or whatever isn't called, the title isn't called the way you want it to, we will cover all bases, including many that you are not familiar with. Starting with the screenplays, runner-up screenplay is Rib Meat, Josh Robbins. If you are here and you want to say something in the chat, please say something in the chat. Maybe we might have time to bring you in to say something. We can't do it for everybody, but we will try to do it for as many as we can. Third place. Had a lot of feedback. First of all, screenplay competition is very, very challenging because we get very, very good screenplays. It's very, very tough. We announced the finalists a couple days ago, but these are the award winners. Third place goes to Human Resource, Jen Grubbs. Lots of very, very good feedback on this. All screenplays will get their reports by tomorrow. Second place went to Transference, Mark C. Spira. Do you have an audio clip for an applause? First place, which there was a huge fight. There was a huge fight over first and second place. I can tell you, Time and Again Reboot. It was an amazing time travel screenplay. Time and Again Reboot to Stuart Kreck or Creek. Best Actress for a feature film goes to Miriam Tortosa House. Best Actress Short goes to Nia Chanel Souls. Best Supporting Actress for a feature goes to Siri Nase. Best Supporting Actress Short goes to Hachi Wang for Ani. Best Actor Feature goes to Stephen Burge, Norman. Best Actor Runner-Up, Vikrant Massey in Cargo. Best Actor Short goes to Olaf Hegdahl in The Restrictor. Best Supporting Actor goes to Ruben Serrano in House. Best cinematography for a feature film goes to The Final Land. Best cinematography for a short goes to Awakening EXO, James Bozzucco. Best runner-up cinematography, Neon Rabbits. Yes. No, a few more minutes, okay?
Yeah, there's a lot of Neon Rabbit folks watching on the Facebook live stream.
Really, my valet is just telling me we gotta go. Best director, Manolo Munigua, House.
Sorry, Manolo.
Best runner-up director, Joel Gazello. That's Norman. Best comedy, I Listen, Anne-Marie Simons. That was a funny film. Really. Yeah, I cried laughing when I saw it. Best runner-up comedy, Hatch, Robin Macabulo. This is going faster than I expected. Best Afrofuturism, Souls, Malachi. Oh, wow, really? Folks, there's a story behind this one. There's a story behind this film. Souls, which I highly, highly recommend. A very good one. But the director, Malachi, she's alumni, and I think she won a microdoc film in our very first year. Very first year, won a microdoc, which was an educational film. And here we are, 7 years later, the person comes back, submits a film, and wins Best Afrofuturism. Can you imagine that? That's amazing. Very good. Souls was a very, very good film. I highly recommend it. Best Afrofuturism run-em-up, Chuma, Face Musembi. Best documentary film, VHS Massacre 2.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Hold on. We want to save these for last. And we're actually just a little important piece here. As folks know, folks who attend the festival, if you attended the festival 2 years ago during season 5, I think it was season 5. Yeah, season 5. We had Mr. Russell Bates. And Russell Bates is a writer, amazing gentleman. He was a writer, screenwriter, who was most famous for writing for Star Trek. So I'm going to read a little bit here about him. Sadly, Russell passed away last year, and it was an amazing experience having him come to the festival. I think he said we were the first festival that ever invited him. He was the first invitation he's ever had going to a festival or a con or anything like this. It was his first time, and he was so touched by living all these years and finally making it to an event that publicly recognized him, paid him for his time. We flew him out and put him up in a hotel, all of that, and he gave talks. We actually have some video footage of his talks, but he did an amazing thing. But I'm just going to read a little something because we were so impressed by him that we created, with the help of his family and his estate, the Russell Bates Indigenous Peoples Award. And this is for screenwriters as well as filmmakers of indigenous background. And the festival is proud to announce the creation of this award. This award is given annually to a screenwriter or a filmmaker of submitted or nominated content who's a member of the worldwide community of indigenous peoples. It is our desire to further the memory and the work of Kiowa writer Russell Bates, the first Native American writer to win an Emmy Award for the 1974 episode of the Star Trek Animated Adventures, How Sharper Than a Serpent's Tooth. It's a great film. I highly, highly recommend it. Very good episode, Star Trek. Highly recommend it. Russell Bates was born in Lawton, Oklahoma, June 6, 1941, a member of the Kiowa tribe. He joined the Air Force in 1960, and during his service at Elgin Air Force Base in Florida, he was the sole survivor of an explosion. While in the hospital, he wrote a Star Trek story, which he submitted to the original series. It was not accepted, but his work caught the eye of Star Trek writer at the time, D.C. Fontana, and she became one of Russell's mentors. She orchestrated Russell's attendance at a Writers Guild program for minorities at the Clarion West Writers Conference. Russell created the character Dawson Walking Bear. If you watch the animated series, you'll see this character, Dawson Walking Bear, which was one in his screenplays. But it was only after Russell received the attention of Star Trek creator Gene L. Kuhn that Russell wrote the Walking Bear screenplay, How Sharper Than a Serpent's Tooth. This was accepted for the second incarnation of Star Trek, which was a depiction of the last of the 5-year mission of the Enterprise in the children's show Star Trek The Animated Adventures. How Sharper Than the Serpent's Tooth won the Daytime Emmy Award in 1974-75 for Outstanding Entertainment in a Children's Series for Russell and co-writer David Wise. Russell continued to write the screenplays, one of which was broadcast in the series ISIS, the TV show ISIS, and many which were uncredited for shows such as The Name of the Game, where Russell acted in 2 films. He was interviewed by Star Trek podcaster Larry Nemecek, and that interview led to a video essay by Kyle Sullivan and Katie Boyer for the YouTube series Trekspertise. And folks, I highly recommend you watch YouTube Trekspertise. If you're a Star Trek fan, Kyle and Katie Sullivan are absolutely fantastic in presenting these video essays. Russell, of course, was a guest here at the 2017 MECE Festival, and he won a Lifetime Achievement Award. Sadly, after a brief illness on April 9th, 2018, he passed away surrounded by his family in Anadarko, Oklahoma, and he was 76 years old. So, 2 films are receiving this award this year. One of those films is called Brolga by Adrian Powers. In a ravaged future in Australia, a solitary hermit guarding a priceless treasure is forced to offer sanctuary to a young girl who is fleeing murderous scavengers. With danger around every corner, can they learn to survive together? It's a short film that the judges went nuts over, and after further investigation, we learned that the lead was Indigenous Australian Aborigine, and they have been nominated and awarded. The next film was one that I discovered at the Boston Sci-Fi Film Festival. Boston Sci-Fi Film Festival in their 45th anniversary. And a film came that I was like, oh, what am I going to see? I was only there for a real short time. And it was a film that I had to go check out, wanted to see it, and then I learned what it was about upon watching this and was blown away. I'm going to share the trailer with you, and I think you'll get a reason why this film was chosen. One second. This film is called Quantum Blood by Jeff Barnaby, and it is the dead are coming back to life outside the isolated Mi'kmaq reserve of Red Crow, except for its indigenous inhabitants who are strangely immune to the zombie plague. I saw this film and I was blown away at what I saw. Here's the trailer. All Native American cast.
How long were you out there for? I lost track of the time. Did you get bit?
This planet we're on is so sick of our shit. That's why the dead keep coming back to life.
It's set in the 80s.
I'm not. What's my baby wasn't either.
It's bad.
I heard that you can cure bites here.
Ain't nobody immune here but us.
We will come in here and infect this entire camp.
Behind you.
You want to live? Who says we're immune? The doctor looks at Hummer. When zu elixir.
You probably recognize some of the people. Michael Graves, he was recognized in Walking Dead, and as well as several other of the lead characters. And I can tell you, I saw this in the big screen, and people laughed like you couldn't imagine. The gore, the scare. If you're into zombies, this is a zombie film to catch. So it was very interesting twist, and based on all of the judges, they felt it was it deserved a nomination and an award, and we were very pleased to award to reward Mr. Jeff Barnaby. Keep it up, Jeff. You got some good stuff going on there, and it's an excellent cast, and I look forward to seeing more from you guys. Okay, next. Best runner-up soundtrack, Under a Silver Moon. Best animation, Spirit, A Martian Story. Best practical effects, The Final Land.
Woo!
Very impressive, guys. Very impressive. Best sci-fi thriller, A Living Dog, Daniel Rabault.
Actually, maybe you can just do your
You want to have a quick word,
acceptance.
Yeah, I feel very honored. Thank you so much. It's really nice to be with you. Thanks for having us. This award is dedicated to this great team who made this possible and traveled 3,000 kilometers with a maniac like me.
Yes. Thomas is in here as well. Did he have some words that he wanted to add? He'll come.
Thomas, you're muted still.
No, he'll come.
Okay.
Runner.
Hey! Sorry, I had to duck out for a second. This is so exciting. I was just
we were talking about you when you weren't there. You can watch the replay.
Sorry, hold on. Let me close the door. Sorry, give me a second.
Look at this.
Yeah. Yeah. What did I miss?
No, you won best documentary film. Your film is an amazing addition to the industry. We think that all filmmakers need to watch your doc because it contains such insight and information and historical content that, especially during this time, it's important to view and understand. After what we see unfolding in this pandemic, no one really knows for sure where the industry is going, but you definitely offer some insights which, in my opinion, are going to help people making decisions, especially if anyone was hanging out last night with us when we had your interview, which was very good, and your interview went on to another hour into the night talk session, the late night talk, where it was rated R, sure. And it was just fantastic. It was really good. You're doing a fabulous job with these documentaries. It's your second win with these documentaries, and it's like Act 1, Act 2. And the way things are lining up, an Act 3 is ready to be made, man, in the next year based on what's coming out down the pipe. So it'll be very interesting. So all the best. Congratulations to you and team and to Troma for carrying your work.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. I mean, everyone, Troy and Prav and everyone, this has really been wonderful. I literally tweeting and Facebooking and telling my family, and that's why I wasn't there, but I came, but because I'm very excited. But no, I really appreciate. You guys are awesome. You're really, like I was saying, you're really giving like a silver lining to a situation which is very difficult. I'm very impressed by your technical prowess and making all this stuff function. So I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. And yeah, I just couldn't be more thankful. And it's been actually wonderful to meet everyone and talk with all these filmmakers. I'm very isolated, so this is actually it's been a lot of fun.
Yes, you're in a red zone, man. So keep us in mind when you guys come out of all of this. We want to hear from you every couple days, okay? Till this is over with.
Okay. Okay. Well, thanks, guys, and take care, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Okay, next on the list, runner-up sci-fi thriller. That is The Fear of Looking Up. Konstantinos Kotsoliatos. Oh my goodness, I can't pronounce it. Kotsoliatos. Costa. Fear of Looking Up is a real good film. It's a thriller. It reminded me of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and it has some real bizarre scenes in it that's worth seeing. Very good. So this one we have to wait for that. Wait. Best soundtrack. The Fear of Looking Up got best soundtrack as well. It has an amazing score. We're very impressed with it. Best editor goes to Spaces and Rico Ferry. Best editor to Spaces. I can tell you, I was impressed by this. No, I'm not done yet. Okay. Best and Spaces reminded me a lot of the video game EVE Online. So if you're into MMO type games, it's a very interesting story. I think they did a great job with it. And when I watched it, I thought of EVE Online, and a lot of the judges enjoyed this. It got best editor. Runner-up for best editing is Orbit, Nicholas Camp. Best set design, The Final Land, Marcel Biden. Best made in Florida film, Body Hackers, to Dale Metz and T.L. Westgate. These guys are role. You're going to end up in the World Guinness Book, man. Congratulations. Best student film, Truth EXE, Ricky Townsend. Runner-up student film, Sammy by Eden Bailey. Best supernatural feature film, The Fear of Looking Up, Kostas. Wow. Best supernatural short, Dispel, Kylie Eaton. Best music video, Nice Shoes, Tommy Mack and Jonathan Lawrence.
It's the year of the sneakerheads. There's so much sneaker going on here.
Best runner-up music video, Astronaut, Jelly Bean, which is by Pierre Polchant. Best sci-fi web series, Good Genes, Hannah Weleva. Best web series runner-up, The Unadventurers from Brazil. Best fan film, Nightmare Killing Joker by Jordan J. Davis Foss. Best microdoc, best scientific microdoc is Be Me. Runner-up microdoc, Ghost in the Machine. Best zero budget film, Deep Space. this year's Beacon Award. The Beacon Award is a very special award that not really just goes to the film, but it goes to the country that produced the film, or at least where the film was shot. Believe it or not, there are many places in the world that don't make science fiction. And we're fortunate enough that some of these films are sent to us, and we run through our tally and we see what films we've received from what countries and the lack of. So if we get a film that comes from a country that we've never had come to the festival before, it gets what we call the Beacon Award. And the Beacon is like a signal, okay, that please make more sci-fi, make more sci-fi. So this year we have, and it looks like three countries, and that is Belarus. Yes, they make films. They make sci-fi films. They make actually horrific films there. And there's a film that came in from them. It's one of the horror films. It's the horror zombie film with the tank shooting and stuff. It's really cool. The next one is Portugal. Portugal gets a Beacon Award, and Ireland. Those will be sent to the filmmakers, and we'll try our best to follow up with them. It's a long process. It takes time, but nowadays everybody's got a lot of time, so a whole lot's going to get done. Okay, the next piece that everybody's waiting for. Make sure I don't screw this up here. Audience Choice Award goes to Cargo. Congratulations, Cargo. And we're missing something here. Best Sci-Fi Short goes to Rocco Cubit Summer.
Yay, Yuji!
Runner-up Sci-Fi Short goes to Progeny, Justin Deering. Award of Appreciation. Award of Appreciation goes to Todd Chernowski. Thank you, Todd. And to George Gonzalez. Thank you, George. Dr. George Gonzalez. Amazing contributions this season. Thank you very much. They will be contacted and awarded, as well as they get a little stipend for contributing to it. What did I leave out, guys?
Is there anyone backstage? We posted on the WhatsApp filmmaker channel if anyone wants to give a speech.
No, I haven't heard anything. Maybe we put everybody to sleep.
But I see a lot of comments in the live comments from the filmmakers. Maybe they aren't in the WhatsApp.
I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Should we post the link in the live comments then, and just tell people who aren't the filmmakers winning just don't click on the link and get honor system?
Are you kidding? You know what's going to happen?
Well, we'll be backstage, right? You don't have to put them on the main screen.
Yeah, that's true too.
I wonder how many people can be backstage though for our account.
That's right, Damien. You were one of the people that get the Beacon Award. That's correct, for Liftoff in Ireland.
Congratulations.
Well, there's actually a couple more here, guys. Hold on. Yeah, the Audience Choice Award, we did mention that, went to Cargo. We did the Best Sci-Fi Short. The Best Sci-Fi Runner-Up. Runner-Up is The Final Land. Best Sci-Fi Feature goes to Cargo. And that's way more awards than I've ever seen in a long time. My goodness. That'd have taken forever. And to top it off, we do have a little perk that we give out called the Sci-Fi Citizen Awards. So Sci-Fi Citizen Awards will be provided to everyone who signed up and gave an interview. You get a little Sci-Fi award, a Citizen Award token for. So now you've been So instead of being an undocumented citizen, now you're a documented citizen in the solar system. People are laughing. All right, folks. Well, that, I'm afraid, is it. Did I leave anything out? That went too fast.
That's because no one has to leave their seats and come down and
Try it because it's virtual.
No, we did it in a half an hour.
Thank you too.
2 hours. We did it in a half hour, which was neat. All right, awesome. So that's it. These are going to be published in social media. At some point, I guess I need to type it all in.
But just to give you one last call, if there's any filmmakers or any of the winners or runner-ups, etc., who want to give a speech, we posted a link in the WhatsApp group for the filmmakers. You just click on that next couple of minutes to see. Right now, no one is clicking. It's your chance to give a speech to the global audience, to acceptance speech. But, you know, they're posting in the comments. They're thankful. So, yeah, congratulations, everyone. Oh, yeah, actually, Norris is backstage right now.
About 59 awards.
Hi, this is Anne from I Listen. I just wanted to
Oh,
say
okay,
thank you guys.
okay.
Yes,
Incognito mode.
Yeah, my phone doesn't work, so I have to use my husband's. But thank you guys so much for giving I Listen a comedy award. That's amazing, and we're super grateful, and we're super grateful for you guys for letting us be part of it. And I just wanted to say thank you so much. You guys are doing an awesome job.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Your film, I Listen, is a real trip, and I'm going to make sure to watch that another time.
Thanks. Thank you guys. You guys did an amazing job. It's been such a pleasure.
Please stay in touch and let us know how it goes. We always want to hear back from filmmakers. We're one of those festivals that get a lot of return people. We love our alumni, and we love to support you guys. So please keep making film, keep sending it in. We love it.
Oh, I totally will. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Well, that's it, guys. I'll be tweeting this stuff through this broadcast. I probably should have done it here because this reproduces it everywhere. But what I'll do is we'll just post it on the website, and people go to the website and get the final results there. They'll be all of it will be on the website.
Okay.
I'll put a post right here. All awards will be posted on the website tomorrow. If you missed it, be able to get it there.
So I feel like we're in a inception, right? We're in a dream inside of a dream inside a dream, right? We're living inside a webcam, but now we have to go back to our rooms. While there's an outside world we can't exit out of yet. We're still in the second level dream. We're in the third level dream. The outside room is the second level dream, and outside world is first level we can't escape from yet. We're in a time dilation.
You have a point, and you're referring to this apparatus. Okay, you're referring to this apparatus here. We have to now come back from inner space, which means the whole festival has to come back. All right. Remember why we went there. We went there to run and hide from the virus. I don't know about you, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even like, if this wasn't a short film, I'd say it's not even a believable concept.
I don't know about you, but I don't want to come back.
the way you said it, it's like, it's like you said it in a way that it's like you're trying to pitch it, but you don't even believe it yourself.
Right. It's so surreal.
Yeah, it is. It is. People laugh.
And Daniel's not even in character, right? It's like I totally don't believe he's in lockdown right now.
I know he's got his toys because he's got.
He's like rehearsing for lockdown mode. He's not doing a good job.
I'm always like this.
He's enjoying it too much.
I know, right? Well, I would be enjoying it if I was in that house too, with all of those things to play with. To be fair. Yeah,
I'm always in lockdown.
Well, also, I can't forget the most important thing here is to recognize all the sponsors. And we must do that. So we've got Boris FX, Final Draft, Red Giant, the Sapphire VFX plugins, Get Label, which is a limousine security entity, the security limousine company that picks you guys up from the airport when you come to the festival. If it's not us in uniform, Backstage, which Backstage does a fantastic job. Almost. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Down.
Backstage, which provides our screenplay performers with some really cool awards. But we don't have any performances this year, but we're going to do our share and still recognize Backstage. They're an awesome solution provider for crews to recruit content, casting, right? New Blue Effects, they've been with us for a very long time. They also make very nice software for editing and transitions and visual effects. Inktip is, as most of us know, they're a script and writer solution provider. Third Dimension Multimedia is the company that helps us with putting together a lot of the visualizations you see, like the rocket ship and all of that stuff. That's Edward Figueroa, who's also one of the founders of the festival, who I'm sure is watching and he's looking in because they know this is the time of day where we do this. And I also want to give an extremely amount of gratitude and appreciation to All India Radio. All India Radio, Martin Kennedy was so kind and said, yeah, we could play his music in their videos. So that's what all the music and stuff that you've been hearing, that's from All India Radio. And I ask you to please visit their website. Please visit their website and buys their music on Apple. They've got really cool music, man. And one day they're going to come to the United States, and if they come on tour in the U.S., we're going to grab them. They're going to come down to Florida, down to Miami.
So are they in India?
No, they're in Australia.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been on a long time, man. A couple decades. Yeah, real good group. So all the music and stuff that you've been hearing, that comes from them.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's it.
All right.
Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah.
Great virtual year. Thanks, Troy, for telling me it's a virtual year 20 times.
Yeah, thank you. And final up, guys, people want to see the movies, right?
Right.
So once again, the movies are going to be on our virtual platform. It'll be one flat fee, $25, and you'll be able to watch. I think it's going to take you about 3 to 4 days to watch all the films in that time, if you binge the way we binge at the festival. And you'll be able to watch the films that agree to be hosted. Not all films will agree to be hosted. That's the way it is. South by Southwest, as you know, put films on Amazon, and I can tell you that there are people who didn't go, they didn't opt in. So we have films that'll opt in for the festival. You'll be able to see them. Some you won't. It's discounted from the regular festival price. The regular festival price is $50 would have been this year. So we're giving it for half of that. So it's still a super deal. That's the price in one of these real upscale theaters. So the price of one seat here, you're going to be able to watch 30, 40 films. All right.
And nobody's going to the theater right now, so it's perfect time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very excited. Thank you for having us.
Congratulations, Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job, Daniel.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. It's good to see you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
Bye. How do I exit? Hold on.
All right. Thank you so much, Prav. Once again, I thank Prav. I thank you. I thank Jamie. I thank the whole team. You know, I can go through. Let me go through my list again.
Yeah, Brooklyn.
Yeah. Through my list again. We've got a long list of people here. And go through our list. Holy smokes. Where is it? Leslie, Brooklyn, Doug, Candace, Jamie, Prav, Dane. Thank you so much for your time. It was tough putting on this festival in the short space of time that we had to put this together. And I'm real happy that everybody participated, and hopefully we all had a good time. And next year, the festival will occur next year, first quarter. We haven't slated a date yet because of the mere fact that we don't know how long this pandemic will last. And we want people to come to the festival. The virtual is great. Don't get me wrong. We had a lot of fun. But if you enjoyed this, I guarantee you're going to have way more fun at the festival because we do a lot more other than what you see here. So stay in touch. You'll get an email from us. You'll get a couple emails from us in the next couple days. And keep us up to date what you're doing, what's going on, and be on the lookout for the next season opening, which will be very soon. And we'll see you all in 2021.
Great.
Bye for now.
Dada, are you going to come?
Yeah.